all out of bounds. If you want to be a wise guy, you can do it anyway. If you want to be a strong man, you can do it anyway. If you want to be an Indian chief, cowboy, you can do it in the ring. You can do it in the mall.
The most electrifying line in sports entertainment today. If you smell what the Rock is cooking, hate me if you can survive if I let you. I'm figuring and thinking that nothing's gonna stop the Macho Man Randy Savage now. I'm the man, I'm the icon, and yes, Bruce can't bow. I am God.
The number one show on the net that leads to the best in your head like over net. For the punks and the perverts, this is how it works with Terry Funk and Knox Baker. Check Inchman and Barbie, they got the cheap heat, so sit back and have a seat. They got questions from the fans, in your head's the man from Australia to Japan.
Take down the road, get back to up the Mississippi. We are bigger, we are faster, and we are all night long. All you idiots, punks, perverts, and fools, be sure and tune in and listen to this show.
All right, we're live here at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I'm the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones. My right-hand man is not here at the moment, but he should appear momentarily. But we have the fine people from out in the ring. We have director Ry Levey.
Hello.
Hello. Reiza Clarke.
Hi.
And Mike Parrow.
Stop.
So for people not aware yet, can you give them an idea of what Out in the Ring is?
Sure. So Out in the Ring is a documentary that chronicles the history of LGBTQIA plus representation in professional wrestling, going back to the 1940s and all the way through today's contemporary boom of out professional wrestlers. And I was able to interview many of these amazing people, including the two lovely human beings that are joining us today, Reiza Clarke and Mike Parrow.
So, Reiza, how did you get involved? When did Ry come to you with this?
It was like the early 2020. Ry actually came down, because I'm from Texas, so he came down to San Antonio and taped a show that I was on and did some interviews there. And so I was just really excited that, he reached back out to me to do some supplemental stuff for, the documentary that we're on.
And how about yourself, Mike?
Mine was, I had just come out, and he reached out to me, and I happened to get his email. At the time, I was getting a whole bunch of emails from everybody, either congratulating me, asking questions, or saying they went through the same experiences, and I happened to read Ry, he reached out and was like, hey, I'm doing this project, would you be interested? And that's how I was like, yeah, sure, I guess, why not? Everybody already knows I'm gay now. It was like my biggest fear, and now I was like, wow.
Ry, when you were putting it together, how did you go about finding, the right people for the film?
Well, it was really, it was a matter of discovering people who were out or that we could start talking to. When I started conceiving the project just as an idea in 2015, there was not a lot of representation yet. And then I filmed in 2017 with a local journeyman wrestler who trained out of Minnesota, Scott McEwen, who wrestled as Sergeant Dixon. And then as 2017 went along, we saw wrestlers like Mike and Charlie Morgan out of the UK coming out and sharing their stories. And the more and more as time went on, we started to see more people boldly stepping forward, living in their truth, making space for themselves. And in the case of Reiza, we had shot it out at a promotion, an LGBTQ promotion in Texas, And I was so drawn to just her personality and how warm and interesting she was, that I wanted to make sure we included more of her story. And I was able to include two amazing people along with so many others who just really gave perspectives and were willing to share their stories.
I noticed the game changer hat there on Mike, and that's a big part of the documentary. And I think some people think a game changer, if they don't watch it, maybe they just see a little bit of it and they see like some of like the hardcore stuff and stuff. And I don't think they realize like a lot of the different characters there, and really how diverse the cast of people in Game Changer Wrestling is.
Well, I will say this personally because I work there, but it is one of the most inclusive locker rooms I've ever been a part of. Your sexuality doesn't matter. They don't gender jail women, like I like to call it, because in professional wrestling, there's this belief that women can't wrestle men, aren't as good as men, are weaker than men. At Game Changer, they don't do that. Everybody's a fighter. So, if you want to step in the ring, you step in the ring. And it's what is the most welcoming place I've ever been involved in. I'll say that.
As a longtime fan myself, since the mid '80s, early '80s, women's wrestling right in the last few years is definitely, I think, at its presented the best. We have a great group of women wrestlers. And Reiza, your time in wrestling, how have you seen that change personally?
I would say I think I showed up at a pretty solid time because I started wrestling in like 2018. So it was kind of at the forefront of folks kind of being like, oh, there's a lot of money in, women's wrestling, and I would say intergender wrestling to an extension. And I kind of got the luxury of, hearing about, how bad things had been, but that they were getting better. At the same time, it's kind of being at a place of like, even in like the couple of years that I've been, wrestling, there's been a major change in, the respect that people are giving their women's divisions, how they're choosing to the book women that they're bringing in, the fact that a lot of, you have a lot of companies that for a good chunk of their history didn't book women's matches at all, who now have entire divisions that they book really well. So I think that, it's been an exciting process as someone who's been a part of it. And I can only imagine as like fans as well. It's been super exciting as well.
Ry, you said you started the film. Well, you started like thinking about it in 2015. So how long of a process was it to, once you really got started, you making it?
So the process we started filming, we filmed the first interview with Scott in August of 2017. And we continued to shoot through until the main shooting until 2019. Right around the time of the pandemic, right just as 2019, 2020, we had to kind of pivot a little bit. We had there was another wrestling promotion that was involved that we were kind of impacted by things like the speaking out movement in wrestling, and that required us to kind of pivot a little bit and kind of remove some people who we just felt were problematic. I mean, they were just going to overshadow the story that we were trying to tell here. And it became a point of, some people were saying we should address it. And I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to feel like, I didn't want the talents of these amazing wrestlers to be overshadowed by one individual who just happened to have done something. And as we edited, we wanted to really include more stories and more diversity. And the face of wrestling was changing. I mean, the pandemic required a lot of wrestlers to get very creative in terms of the way that they kept themselves relevant on social media. Twitch became a huge thing for many wrestlers, and it was just such a time. And by the time we were coming out of the pandemic, and we'd seen so many interesting ways for promotions to keep wrestling, there was just this huge boom of out performers who were willing to step forward, and the opportunities for them were increasing. Not necessarily at the top of the card per se, but certainly on the independent circuit, we were seeing a lot more independent promotions and events that were highlighting out wrestling performers. So All in all, it was about a 5-year process from August to when we were able to premiere in 2022.
Mike, your story is really powerful in the film, and I want to know, like, how much do you think, looking back, did you put on yourself, like the idea of people aren't going to, they're not going to like me, they're going to treat me differently if I'm out, as opposed to actually when you came out, like, how did other people treat you?
So that's like a double-edged question, because how people treated me did change. But in a different, I saw things differently for myself and for how people treat me. Because before I came out, I looked at life through a lens of a straight man. Everything, my whole concept of everything was straight. I didn't know much about the gay world, even when I came out. So, and being gay is like wrestling. You're always learning. You're always learning something about yourself because it took so many years of not actually being yourself. So it changed my whole wrestling character, per se. I approached wrestling differently. I approached who I was. I became more confident in who I was. My wrestling became more confident, which, I was so afraid of, because, the one thing about being positive, you never really reach your full potential because you're always. And my biggest fear was that secret. And if people knew about that secret, my whole life would change. And it did change. But it didn't change how I imagined it would change. It changed for the better. I am now married with a husband, something I never thought would ever be possible in my life. And he's one of the most supportive people I've ever had. Does he like wrestling? No, not at all. That doesn't. Is
Nobody's perfect.
He thinks the drama backstage is way more interesting than anything that could ever happen on screen. He plays Switch while he comes to the event, and if I do something stupid, he's like, "Well, that was your idea." So life changed, and how I approached everything changed, and so yeah, the fear. The fear actually was fear of something new and something I'm learning as I go. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. When you said people did treat you differently, how would you say they treated you differently?
Sure. Well, you have to remember, certain people have to get over their different things in life. I learned that homophobia isn't like, oh, that dude's gay. Homophobia is built into our society. The first time you ever hear the word gay, it's derogatory. It's meant to put you down. So I have to, and I was the first in a lot of locker rooms. And their perception of me changed, because now they don't know it, because everything they've ever heard about a gay man, it's not me. They have questions, but at the same time, I'm still learning about myself, trying to answer the questions to the best of my ability, all while thinking when I first came out, I had to represent every gay person. Then I realized, no, I need to represent the guy I needed to see on television when I was young. And those situations, arise in a locker room because a lot of these guys knew you, but didn't know you were gay. So they have a lot of questions. Some were hurt because they felt like maybe they thought I thought something was wrong with them that I couldn't tell them, that they thought they were a bad person, that I thought they were a bad person. Then other people didn't want to be my friend anymore. But it didn't change the way they did business. It just, we drifted off because we don't have things, they didn't think they had things in common with me. And so, yes, the things change. And it also questions about how do you book me? Because there was never a gay badass before. Every perception prior to that was I have to be sympathetic. Well, I'm 6'4", 300 pounds. I'm not a very sympathetic person. I beat people up. I would get questions like, "What do you do that's gay?" And I'd say, "Well, I beat people up. That's pretty gay." And they didn't understand. And I said, and I would answer, "Well, what do you do straight in the ring?"
Right.
What does that have to do with anything? Because gay is not my character. Gay is who I am. And that took a lot of time for their perception to understand that, because they see gay as sex. Straight people look at it as sex, but straight isn't sex to straight people. So if you say the word straight, it doesn't represent sex. It means I'm just straight and I like girls, or I'm a girl that likes guys. If you say you're gay, that all of a sudden that your storyline in wrestling has to deal with some kind of sexual orientation. It has to be about sex. Me and Effie has totally proven our feud has nothing to do about sex. I just don't like them. Like, and we've proven over and over and over again that you can be an out wrestler and still have a great character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what you're saying there is a lot to do with like the Darren Young part in the documentary, because it was like they told him that like his character on TV is not gay, and why does it even have to be part of his character? Like, it's weird that his every gay character, their whole character has to be about their sexuality, like you said.
It's because it's limited thinking. It's everything that you're taught about the community. You don't know. You're not taught about it in schools. They don't. The thing people with being gay is they don't want us to be heard. They like to say, "Oh, I have no problem with it. Why do they have to throw it in my face?" But yet I go on Facebook and I see another baby request. I see another baby reveal. I'm like, yeah, I know you guys had sex. Congratulations. like I can post me and my husband giving each other a kiss on a lake. That's my husband. Like, but then you'll have people like, well, why do you throw that in my face? Or why does this have to be on my timeline? I'm like, this is my husband. I'm married. But that concept applies to television. So their thought process is, they don't want us to be seen. They want a limited version of us to be seen. So they could, the ability is like, oh, see, here it is. It's right here. But it's under the aspect of a straight old white guy usually writing it. So mostly you just get two girls kissing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that was another part in the documentary, the HLA, segment in wrestling in the late '90s, and that's always not just in wrestling. It like in general, like the lesbians are presented as hot, and then the gay guys are presented as something weird.
We're mostly on television. We were presented as basically sexual predators. We're always trying to grab a dude's butt. We're trying to like basically take our way with them. I'm like, well, okay. I was like, but that's the problem. Yeah. We have no representation backstage in that kind of level, in an office level, in a writing level. It's very hard to have gay storylines when you don't have somebody that's back there that can tell you how this can be presented. Because RuPaul's Drag Race is a $1 billion industry, obviously, because Viacom put it on MTV, so obviously it's making a lot of money and a lot of people are watching it. So there's a whole untapped fan base for wrestling to literally tap into. Plus, it's already homoerotic. Like,
right.
Can't skip over that fact. We are men in our underwear, all oiled up on national television. Like if you don't see those parallels, then you're denying it to yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's actually something I bring up a lot on the show. Not necessarily that part, but the part about RuPaul, because like my mom's a huge fan of those shows, my brother's a huge fan of those shows, and like I always said, like I really think AEW is missing the boat with Sunny Kiss, because anytime I was at a live show, super over. And all those shows are like they're mainstream shows now. So this is like a character I really think if they would have got behind, like could have been a big star for him.
Sunny writes herself, literally. Why don't you tag her with Goldust? Have Goldust be her mentor. She gets popular. Goldust turns on her. Oh my God, here's an easy storyline, and Sunny's $1 million. But the problem is you have nobody backstage explaining what Sunny is. Not all of us can speak up. Not all of us have the ability to speak up. Some of us, that's not our personality. So having somebody backstage would really help the future process, because like Ry said, this is all relatively new. Boom. We're in uncharted territory of everything. First comes the influx, then we have to learn how to go forward. Right now, we're at that spot where we need to learn right now how to move forward. Now we're here. Now they know about us. How do we move forward from this space?
Reiza, when Mike was talking about like representation and wanting to represent a character that like he didn't see when he was watching wrestling, what were some of the wrestlers that you watched that like made you want to become a wrestler?
So first and foremost, I would say Awesome Kong. I have a very vivid memory of the first time I saw her debut as Karma. And like, I am a large person now. I was a big kid. And I just remember seeing her and seeing how like, I felt like the world stopped and everyone was like, here's this woman and we have to take her seriously. And I was like, here's this big dark skinned woman who's not the butt of jokes. People are taking her seriously. When she shows up, stuff stops. And I was like, I want to be her. Before I even was like, oh, I want to be a wrestler. I just remember being this kid going, I want people to treat me like they treat her. And I would say too, like, funny enough, Harlem Heat are the first wrestlers I remember seeing. I'm not going to go as far as saying they were like the first, wrestlers I ever saw, but it's like the first wrestling match I remember seeing. And I think it was just because like in my brain, wrestlers looked a certain way. And then I see these two guys on TV who could be like my uncles or my brothers or my cousins. And I'm like, oh, wait, I didn't know we did this too. And I was a fan of wrestling from like that point going forward.
Yeah. Now I feel old that was the first wrestlers he saw. But I was a big fan of those since they were in global wrestling. That was like when I was in high school and I'd come home from school and it would always be on ESPN. And then so it was very cool to me see them eventually go to WCW and become, huge stars.
It's a very small world. I found out recently, apparently my dad and Booker T went to the same high school. So.
Oh, really? That's pretty wild.
Like
have you had any interaction with Booker T yourself?
I met him once when I got a chance to do a seminar down at his school in Houston. He and Charmel, and I was like so starstruck to see her in real life.
By the way, Incher is here, and I will take responsibility. I did not send him the link, so I apologize, Incher.
He was trying to block me.
No, it was my mistake. I'm sorry. Yeah. Mighty Lexar wants to know if you guys are fans of Effie, who, by the way, is a big part of the documentary.
I certainly am. That's why he's in the film. I'm a fan of what he does in terms of his marketing and his ability to buck the trend of the industry. I mean, in terms of Effie doesn't need WWE and AEW to get over. Effie's gotten over on his own and done that. Does a lot of that. And then of course, Mike's opinion of Effie. We can ask Mike about that.
All right, Mike, what is your opinion on Effie?
You mean my forever dude? You mean the guy that doesn't go away? Listen, Effie is one of the most important things to this business, and love him or hate him, not all, like I said, not all of us can speak up. Some of us have to be there taking the arrows. Some of us have to be yelled at and called names because we can. That's why we're here. And Effie is probably one of the biggest shining stars in the LGBTQ community, if not wrestling. There is no excuse that he's not on national television. And I don't care that Effie says that I make more money. He does. He makes a lot of money. He's very over, very popular. But there's no excuse that no company, TNA, AEW, WWE, you're telling me out of all the LGBTQ athletes out there, you can't sign one gay man? You can't? You have a whole performance center. You had a couple, but there's not one you can find? Effie's mic skills, you don't think he can cut a promo like LA Knight? You don't think Effie can get that crowd to respond to him? Because I travel, unfortunately, the world with the man, and I deal with it every night. But I will not sit here and say that he's not over. I will not sit here and say that he's not immensely talented. I see how Effie affects people. Do I always agree with Effie? No, not at all. Does Effie agree with me? Not at all. But at the end of the day, we both understand that we have to move forward, and shows like Big Gay Brunch have opened the doors to a lot of people that normally wouldn't be seen, because that's the whole concept about Big Gay Brunch. It might be based around the fact that we hate each other, but the overwhelming fact is the whole creation was to get LGBTQ athletes the opportunities that me and Effie didn't have, or me and Allie didn't have, or Dark Sheik didn't have, because it puts eyes on you, and then they get to wrestle other places and realize it's not just the me and Effie that are open wrestlers. There's so many more, and shows like that put them in a spotlight, and it's up to them to run with that. But what me thinking of Effie, I think he's currently one of the most important things to wrestling.
Intra, do you have a question?
Oh, I just thought that was one of the best parts of the documentary when they brought in the part about Finn Balor and having the pride flags and everything, and he's a straight man, and there's no like real good representation of that in the WWE. But Mike, I wanted to know, is creative something you think you would like to get into in the future?
1,000%, I do it now.
Yeah.
It's what I like. I never stop watching wrestling. Never stop talking wrestling. I never stop pitching ideas. It annoys some people, but it's what I like. Nobody gets into wrestling. I hate when people are like, "Oh, I just got into wrestling because I want to make money." Well, that's stupid. It's forever to make money. I'm a fan. I'm a diehard fan, and at the end of the day, it's in me now. I've gotten great opportunities to wrestle in Japan, wrestle all over the world. I wrestle every weekend with GCW. I get to see so many different faces in different communities. I love wrestling, and I'm not going to always be able to do that in the ring. And I love being a part of it. I honestly do. And there's generations of young LGBTQ athletes that need somebody to speak for them. And we need more representation backstage. We have none at the moment.
Yeah.
So just having one would help. No company has LGBTQ representation in an office position.
Ry, what drew you to wrestling originally?
Well, I was a kid on Saturday mornings growing up in Alberta, Canada, on a steady diet of Calgary Stampede Wrestling. So I grew up watching the Hart family. I grew up watching people like Pillman, the British Bulldogs. And, I think back now to the wrestling that, that still sticks with me and the characters that stick with me now. And I don't know if hindsight's always 20/20. I was always drawn to the flamboyance of somebody like, I always dug Rip Rogers and Goldie Rogers. I just thought they were just, the idea of this flamboyance and, this kind of, this heel kind of comedy / tough guy thing. And, I just always loved, the pageantry of it and all of the different things. And so, I grew up on a steady diet of territory wrestling. And that was part of the reason why when I wanted to make the film, I wanted to make, I knew my first film was going to be about the community that I represented, but I needed to look at the community through a lens of something that I had a genuine passion and love for, and that was wrestling. And I felt, part of my goal with making films is to uncover hidden histories and underrepresented communities within places where we've been told we're not welcome. Where we've been frequently told, or there's a lack of representation. So that's how this came about for me. And it's just, again, just like Mike, I'm just a fan. I was just a fan of the storylines and the characters, and all of this stuff was there. I mean, I think, I just, it was it was something where, when it came across my TV, it was something I'd never seen before. I was home on a Saturday afternoon and flipped over a channel and saw, Rick Patterson and Jerry Morrow beating each other up on TV. And then I flipped the channel I looked in the TV guide and it was on again at 3:00. And then I watched that at 3:00. And then I went to the TV guide again. It was on at 4:00. And there was never any shortage of it in the 80s, depending on where you were. If in small, in territories. And then when it went national, I mean, it was just, it was a crazy thing. And that's just where it was. It was just a matter of seeing something that I hadn't seen that offered all of this, these different things. And I still I'm probably a bigger, because of these people who are in my film today and these people that I befriended and come to love and really care about. I'm a bigger fan of wrestling now than I've ever been, because of this and because of people like Reiza and Mike.
And something Mike brought up, and it's also, in the documentary, that forever in wrestling, the gay characters like Adrian Adonis and Goldust to a certain extent, they were always presented as, not good people. And it really fed off the homophobia of the crowd. So, I mean, that was evident even to me as a kid and stuff, but I'm a straight guy, so it doesn't affect me the same way. But how did that make you feel, knowing that's like your representation in the wrestling community for a long period of time?
Well, I think that, it's, and this is just it, and this is just, I think in general, it's always easy to use racism, homophobia, xenophobia as villainry, because it's just easy. It's
like
an easy
all
way.
of that's always been a part of
All
it,
of that's
like the evil foreigner and everything.
I mean, they do it in movies too. I mean, in this, so it's, I think as a kid, I didn't necessarily notice it the same way. And now, of course, as an adult, I mean, you're educated and you see things differently, and you see the way that everything develops. I mean, but as Pollo Del Mar says in the film, when you don't see yourself represented, and the only things you see are things like Adrian Adonis or Goldust or characters and that, you cling to whatever you can get that could potentially, that might represent you. I mean, if you don't see yourself, that's why it's so important to see representation. Mike is incredibly correct in saying that there is no gay men actively writing and producing segments in these companies right now. There's no out women doing that in a representation in a space where they're writing and creating and telling
I
storylines.
don't know if there's many women, are there, that actually write like?
I don't think there's any women right now actively working in any of the spaces right now, which is an even bigger issue. I mean,
especially there's a lot more women wrestlers today too, to actually write the stories for.
I mean, so that, I mean, that's a whole other problem, of its own, is the fact that, I mean, I guess to an extent, maybe Stephanie did some stuff when she was back, when she was there, but I mean, but very, in terms of, and as of right now, I don't think there's any, I mean, other than Will Washington and AEW, there's no people of color writing actively at the top of these places. Currently right now. I mean, it's a problem. It's a whole problematic thing. I mean, it's, and again, we've seen the boom of representation in terms of the LGBTQ community being led by the indies. Because it
very
comes
similar to movies, which I know,
we both know because, about. Yeah. When, I think about when I ended the film, I mean, we were ending on a very positive note. I mean, that was when we were editing it. It seemed like everything was going to be great and things were changing. And then by the time we premiered the film and Mike and Reiza had been at screenings, by the summer of 2022, all of those people that were at the top were working for the big companies were gone.
Yeah.
Again. I mean, it's just, it's hard to say what's going on with this industry, but everything is just so cyclical.
Yeah, and the part I mentioned in the documentary too. Now all the shows in Saudi Arabia, and they're calling it, that's their new home for WWE, and so Reiza, since you said the first wrestler you saw was the Harlem Heat, so a lot younger than me. So what did you think when you see the movie for the first time and you see like some people maybe you don't know about?
I think it was really, like most people, it was eye-opening for me because I think there was a lot of things that it made me realize that I did know about, and a lot of things that I was like, because I know these things, I can't believe I haven't heard of some of this other stuff. I'm someone who's a bit of a history buff, especially like Ry said, I like history in avenues where normally it's either not presented or it's presented in a way that is quite biased, leaning on not being the truth. And so I think it's an opportunity for, members of your community to be able to tell you the stories as they happen and as they remember them. Because like specifically speaking with like Tex, I live down here. And the fact that I hadn't heard about what she'd had to handle does not make sense to me. And it's something that should be, common knowledge, because it's someone who was, running with Moulash. You start looking at some of those flyers and she's all over them. And I'm like, the fact that the women at home don't know about what a woman from here had to deal with is ridiculous and like low key kind of insane to me. But I think, again, now with it being able to have people having easy access to it, I'm hoping it'll be one of those things that people, will show their friends, will show in their training centers. Because there's a lot of our history that we don't get to find out about because people came and went quietly.
And she's going to be on the show next week, Susan Green. I was just talking to her today. A great part of the documentary. I've been friends with her on Facebook for years, but never had on the show for some reason. So that'll be
phenomenal human being.
How about yourself, Mike? What did you think the first time you see the documentary, the finished documentary?
Well, I actually apologized to Ryan after the documentary. I got the opportunity to see it the first time in Montreal, me and Sonny, and we sat together and we didn't know what to expect. From the time it was filmed with us to the time it was there was a very long time. So we had no idea. And a lot of the stuff we forgot about. When it got to our parts, we started to tear up because we remembered the emotions. And then all the history that was behind it and how well it was done and stuff that I had no idea about. Stuff that I was like, oh my God, like I can't believe this happened. Or I know what that's like now. And it was just such a experience. Honestly, like I told him, everybody needs to see this documentary. And it's not just because I'm in it. It's because like, not the pro wrestler, I put myself over. This documentary, you could take me out. You could take the whole first half and just learn about everything and get a feeling, because it just shows you the emotions we go through, what we deal with. I don't think anybody knows what it's like to walk in a locker room and have people look at you differently. I never wish that upon anybody. It is probably and it shows you what it's like. This documentary shows you what it was like for them, and knowing what they had to go through every night. It was a wow kind of movie for me, and I'm not usually easy to wow. Like I watch a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I actually just told my friend Todd earlier today, who does reviews on my horror website, that he would really like it, and I actually said he'd really like your character because he's openly gay guy, big beard, and he always hates very stereotypical gay people in movies, and says we're not all these flamboyant, some of us are like regular guy things. So I think he'll actually really like your character. So.
Yeah, I murder people, so I'd probably fit into it.
Right. Ry, what was it like getting the movie edited together? And do you have like a lot of extra content that maybe you would use on like a physical release?
Well, it was, you're thinking about, I had 45 to 50 hours of interview footage. I don't do a short interview. I mean, there's all these people who go into an interview that's 30 minutes, that's sound bites and questions. And I don't have any interest in that. I want to get to know Mike. I wanted to get to know Reiza. I wanted to have a conversation. And the only way we're going to ever get to the heart of having this discussion, so we're not just clicking, we're not just hitting the beats, is to have those discussions. And it's those moments in the discussion that got deep, and we had to get deep in order to understand the story. Mike's story is at times is harrowing, and it's moving and deep, and to hear Reiza discuss things in her life and her rise in wrestling, her role in wrestling, and where she feels is important. And Dark Sheik's story is so unique. I mean, everybody's got the one thing that's universal is humanity and love and acceptance, and those are universal things and stories that anybody can relate to, of overcoming and finding a place for yourself. That's not just an LGBTQ thing. That's just a life. That's life. I mean, we all have a story, and what I wanted to do was make sure that people heard their stories, and that I took the time to sit with them and craft the story. And all the credit in the world. I mean, I can have a great interview and lots of footage and do all of that directing kind of component. But everything really, ultimately, our editor, Brad Webb, who's also a producer, Brad spent 2 years working on this during the pandemic almost. And he broke this down, and basically he had he said, I was very lucky, if there was an upside to the pandemic, it was that Brad could put the care and concern into putting the film together and assembling it in a way that was, important. And there's lots of other stuff that's on that hopefully I can't announce who. I can say that in April there will be a Blu-ray release.
Oh, cool.
And that's just been signed, but we can't announce that yet because they haven't officially allowed us to announce that. But it is coming in the spring, and it'll be in and around the time of WrestleMania weekend and Big Gay Brunch, so, and WrestleCon. So we'll have the units there. We'll be able to do a lot with this film, and we're going to use some of those extra moments from the interviews. I mean, I've got stories from Tex Green talking at length about her experience beating up Fabulous Moolah. And I want to hear, I want people to hear more of those stories. I want people to hear other parts of Mike's interview and Reiza's interview. And we'll go through and decide how we're going to assemble that and add those to the Blu-ray. We're going to utilize whatever we can. And just to add, Reiza said about Tex just being so incredible. Mike and I were both at Big Gay Brunch when Tex was given her moment in the ring there to really get honored by everybody during WrestleMania week. And one of the highlights was watching her punch AC Mack in the mouth, and just the joy of her being back in the ring was so wonderful to see her. And she was ready to go. I mean, she's hoping that her health will be back enough because she wants to get in the ring and wrestle next year.
Oh, awesome.
In Philadelphia. She wants to be in the show. She's training. She's got a ring in her backyard. She trains all the time. She's ready to go, and she doesn't know who she's going to get in there. She said she can coax AC out of retirement. She'd love to get her hands on him, she says. But I just love the idea that she got those moments, and then all these, that every wrestler in this film gets that moment, and I'm thrilled that we have Fuse, who have shown so much interest and love for this film. And it's not Netflix, but we risk getting lost at a Netflix, right? I mean, there's so much. We're at Fuse, and they genuinely they're fighting to elevate this film and make sure that everybody sees it and put it out there. And they've just done, they've done a great job in terms of helping us get press, and Mike's been doing interviews and Reiza's doing interviews. And we're really, we're really excited to have somebody who actually wants to share this story. And I'm glad that the stories in the film are being told, and that everybody is getting an opportunity to get some spotlight out of this.
Reiza, did you get to watch the movie with an audience at any of the festivals?
Yes, I got a chance to go out to Austin when it premiered down there.
What was that like to, not just see the movie, but see it, with people?
I think it was weird. It's weird seeing your face on like a TV sized screen and hearing yourself talk. So I think at first it was, a little bit jarring because you're like, oh, that's me. And then I say the same thing as Mike. I got about like midway through and was like trying not to be like boohooing because I think you get an idea of like what the film is supposed to be about, and then you start kind of watching all the things you didn't know about and you hadn't heard, and then kind of watching people, like in my case, that I won't go as far as saying peers, but like they were wrestling when I started wrestling, and watching them talk about similar experiences that I've had was just really emotional for me. Also, a lot of like, I had the luxury of bringing my mom with me when I saw the screening. And so it's also kind of my mother getting a chance to hear me talk about this, particular avenue of my life along with wrestling in depth for the first time. And so I think for us, it was just also kind of it gave me a chance to bond with her in a way that we hadn't before. And so I was very emotional and trying not to be a ball of tears in a room full of people. But I think
that's
also
interesting. Maybe had you ever really talked to her about this before?
Not really. I think it was one of those things that I won't go as far as closeted with my family. Like it was not something that was a secret. There was nothing to really talk about. And so I think her watching me be, honest and talk about I guess parts of my life that I just didn't really talk about with her was also just kind of, emotional for her as well. Wrestling for me, I would say that I kind of regressed a bit when I started wrestling. I was very much out of the closet when I started wrestling, and wrestling kind of made me more cautious about who I told. I won't go as far as saying that, I wasn't lying if people were asking, but it definitely wasn't something I was volunteering. I also think that I'm very lucky in a way that a lot of wrestlers are not. The first out wrestler I met at my pro wrestling tryout, and he is one of my best friends in the entire world now. And so it's like the first friends that I made when I started wrestling, were other, gay people, queer people. And so I had an experience that is not, I would say, average in a lot of cases. But I also think some of it kind of is because on that back end, both of them have since, retired. And you kind of have this, idea of, the girls are going to take on the world. And for a number of reasons that didn't happen. And so you kind of watch back with, what we're still dealing with and going, this kind of sucks because if this stuff wasn't here, my friends would still be here.
So when you said you weren't as open when you got into wrestling, was that because you just were worried what people might think, or what was more the reason there, I guess?
So in my case, people didn't treat me any one way or the other, but I watched how they dealt with my friends. And a lot, and it was a lot of people get really comfortable when those people aren't around. And so it was me doing a lot of what I felt like was shutting down people speaking disrespectfully about the people that I cared about. And so it made me really picky about who I volunteered that information with, just because when, I guess when folks thought I was a part of the group, they spoke in a way that they won't feel comfortable speaking in front of me now.
Mike, there's something I wanted to ask you about, because you talk in the documentary about conversion therapy, and then you also talk about later in your life praying. And so I thought that was interesting, also important, that it must not have affected your faith, like your bad experience with conversion therapy, because I think a lot of people then might lose their faith and not be.
Well, the thing is, my mom's actually a Sunday school teacher, and when I came out to her, the one thing she said to me, she's like, God doesn't make mistakes. People are just stupid. And the conversion therapy, I can't say, due to a non-disclosure, I can't really talk about whether it works or it doesn't work. But I paid for it myself because I didn't want to be gay. I physically didn't want to be. And I wanted to feel like my straight friends. So it was a decision I made myself.
Okay.
Nobody.
You weren't like forced into it or anything.
No. My parents didn't even know I was gay when it was a shock to them. Like I had never acted gay, like they.
Yeah.
But I've from the moment I never have been attracted to females ever. I tried to be. I wanted to be like everybody else. I didn't understand. I'm like, why I thought that, like a guy was hot and I couldn't. I'm like, oh, she's great. She obviously I know she physically looks great, but I have no attraction to her as I did a man. So I wanted to know how I. Unfortunately, I was born this way, and the thing is, my father was an atheist, basically. Like he was a police officer, he was a homicide detective, and I always asked him, like, why do you go to the masses for mom and stuff like that? He goes, it makes her happy, and it's something, if it makes her happy, then that's what it's about. And so for me, it's like I want to believe there's something, so like because when I physically try to, I talk about in the documentary, I try to take my own life because, I wanted to save I'm not suicidal. Some of the stuff I do in the ring is pretty stupid, but, I'm not, I just didn't want my family to live with the embarrassment of me being gay. That's how much fear I had of the word gay. That's what all growing up, every time I heard it, I never saw anybody on television that looked like me, that acted like me, or talked like me. How can I be gay? And like I said, just show me a sign. Do I like guys? Do I like girls? And I would say this. I was like, whether it's fate or nothing, shortly after, I saw Morgan sitting at a bar while I went to talk about wrestling with one of my wrestling best friends and take tequila shots. And he was sitting there at the bar. And then a couple days later, I saw him in the supermarket. A couple days later, he came into where I was working. So, and then I got drunk and met him on a app. But he's been with me ever since. And, whether it was a sign or not, sometimes little things, you have to have faith, especially in this business, whether it's God or anybody. Whatever you believe in, you have to believe in something. Whether it's believe that you can make it, it's just hope. Hope is a powerful thing. It's what keeps us going. And whether, am I super religious? No. Am I beating down the doors? But do I say that I don't believe? No. I do. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I don't, because that'd be a lie. And so, but I'm not like, oh my God, we have to do this, we have to do that. And like, I force my husband to be religious. No, like, it just personally, people are stupid. As my mom said, people are stupid.
How did your mom take it when you came out then? I don't know if that's too personal to ask you. Or
she was shocked. So I chose to tell everybody separately instead of in a group, because people kind of react. When you tell people in a group, they all react to the most over the top one. So they all people can do the same thing. Like wrestling, you suck. Everybody, you suck. Like when you tell people that. So I told my family separately. My brother actually figured it out. He had come to visit, and he saw a card on my fridge that said Morgan, which is a boys and girls name, one of those unisex names. We happened to go out drinking for it was like by St. Patrick's Day, and that night every girl and their brother hit on me. Right, everybody was just not their brother, but they were all hitting on me. And I turned them down. My brother goes, "This Morgan girl has to be like one." And I just start bawling my eyes out because I had a little to drink, and I was like, "It's a guy." So he's like, "Are you happy?" And then I told him I was going to tell the family, and I told my mom. My mom said that, and she hugged me, and she said she loves me. She just wanted to know if I'm happy, and then she goes, "Give me a second. Give it a day to tell your dad," because we've literally never had this conversation. if any of our kids were gay. We just never. And my dad joked. He goes, "No, I kind of knew." I was like, and I got offended. I was like, "How would you know?" Like, he goes, "First of all, I'd be a very bad detective. Second of all, it's like you used to like like magazines or stuff. You used to look at the guy. I just never thought that, it was maybe a phase, and you never talked about it. But the last couple of girlfriends, if they didn't do it for you, I don't know. He's like, what would have done it for you? So, and my dad was one of the single most supportive things in my life. Unfortunately, we lost him 3 years ago, right before our wedding. I will say this: my family they don't understand when I tell them this doesn't happen. Like, a lot of times families throw their kids away. And my parents can't conceive that. They couldn't conceive that. They're like, why would anybody ever do that to their children? This is their children. It's the only thing they've ever made in their life. They're never going to make anything else. This is totally them. That's part of them. That will always be part of them. And I say, you don't understand how, and they're starting to learn too, is what homophobia really is, because they've never had to deal with it until me coming out and people making comments and saying things, or like people not liking like a wedding photo because it's two guys. So they actually had to go through homophobia, just like my sad partner. He had to deal with it was like he was coming out. He had to deal with everything that I had to do.
Ry, you said Fuse is where you can get the movie or watch a movie. Whoops.
So Fuse TV and Fuse Plus, the premiere. It's actually the world broadcast premiere. Coming out in the United States on November 15th at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And it'll also be on their streaming platform, Fuse Plus. And I'm excited that it's coming out there. And as I said, they've just been really tremendous in terms of their support of the film. And you kind of, many people, many of these companies acquire films. I mean, I've worked in film distribution long before I did that, and they don't do any promotions. I mean, they send out one press release and I can honestly say, and I think, and Mike can agree as well. Mike's had a chance to do a lot of press for the film so far, and Reiza will get to do more hopefully as well. Just the amount of stuff that they've come to us with, and the genuine interest for the film, and the genuine passion for the stories at the heart of the film has been just really wonderful. And I couldn't ask for, I now feel like I don't know if we could have asked for a better broadcast partner than the team at Fuse.
Well, I really enjoyed it. I hope people check it out. Very emotional. A lot of characters I know and some people I didn't know, and it was really well made. And where can people follow, the movie to see, where it goes from here? It'll be on Fuse, but maybe, down the road. Well, in April, it'll be a physical release.
Yeah. So you can follow us on Instagram at Out in the Ring Doc. We're on X/Twitter or whatever it's called now, at Out in the Ring. And then we have a website, outinthering.com. And then, hopefully everybody also follows Reiza and Mike on their socials. I'm sure.
Yeah, I was going to get to them next. Yeah.
And then find out where they're wrestling, because you definitely want to make sure that you see these two incredibly talented people in the ring as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask him, Ry. So, but Reiza, where can people follow you, and what are you up to?
Besides I am on Instagram and Twitter at despicable REI _, all one word. I'm pretty easy to find there. Upcoming, I am actually headed out to New Jersey for Pro Wrestling R on Sunday. I am also going to be down in Austin at America's Academy of Pro Wrestling this weekend. So I'm excited. I'm also going to be in Georgia for a first-time show for Kingdom Pro Wrestling. So if you happen to be in that area, we'd love to have you. First show of the promotion. So we would like to have a full crowd if possible.
Yeah, definitely. I've always been told Austin has the best barbecue.
That is a lie.
It's a
Unfortunately.
lie. All right.
Don't get me wrong, Texas barbecue is great, but if you want good barbecue, you're going to want to find a dude with a smoker in a parking lot in Dallas.
All right, fair enough. I've actually never been to Austin. I've been to Dallas several times, and I've never had complaints with the barbecues. And I'm in barbecue. Mike, where can people follow you?
On Twitter.
Online, not to your home or anything.
On Twitter, you can find me on Parrow _. On Instagram, it's basically just Jim flexing pics. And me and my husband, it is Parrow49. And, where you can see me is Game Changer Wrestling, because our schedule is ridiculous. We don't stop. With that slogan, the dates just keep coming. And that's just proof enough that the LGBTQ community draw, because our show has a lot of, is the only show with multiple LGBTQ athletes on the show every week, and it seems to be drawing crowds, and people seem to love it. And
yeah, it's got a huge buzz for something that doesn't like a TV show.
That apparently where I would say we're the third largest, we're the third popular company in the world, behind AEW and WWE. And our popularity, as you can see, pretty popular. So, and we're the only, like I said, we're the only ones doing it with more than one LGBTQ athlete in active storylines going on.
Yeah, and not only do I really like the movie and I hope it does well, but I do think, I hope that it helps all your guys' careers too, because I think if people watch a movie, they get to know you guys more, like they're more connected to you because they know your story, you know your background. And that's helpful in wrestling if people are connected to to you guys as characters and people.
Yeah, I love interacting with people, and one of the things that comes out of this is meeting so many people and them sharing stories and sharing that to me that my story has affected or helped them. Hearing one of the craziest things is having wrestlers come up to me and say that I inspired them. They have a picture. Blows my mind. Like I have no idea what to do. Like just coming up to me and saying, hey, like at a big gay brunch, or at Folsom, I did full queer wrestling, and just having them come up and talk to me and tell me the stories. And it's just, I would have never thought this when I first came out. When I first came out, it was like me. That like it wasn't like a Darren Young was in the locker room. It was me. I didn't have anybody. Then slowly Effie, then Anthony Bowen, then we learned about Dark Sheik, and then slowly Jamie, like everybody. It starts to compile, and then all of a sudden we're not alone anymore. Sunny, and the first gay brunch, I cried, not because we did it and pulled it off, because walking in that locker room and seeing everybody just be happy and not afraid to be themselves was probably one of the most moving experiences I've ever had in my life in a pro wrestling locker room. And I've got to see some really cool things and done really cool things in my career, but I'll never forget that moment of me and Effie just standing there and looking at the locker room and being like, oh my God, like we're not alone. And that's the one thing I want people to get from this film. It's okay to be you. Wrestling's hard. Wrestling's hard for everybody. But you're only going to succeed if you're yourself. You're your own business. Make your opportunities. Everybody's going to tell you no. You're going to get 1,000 no's. Eventually, somebody's going to say yes, just like GCW did for Gay Brunch. Eventually, somebody will say yes. Everybody's going to say no because nobody likes taking risks. but somebody will. So, stick to your guns. We're stronger together.
Very cool. All right. Well, thank you everyone for coming on. A lot of people asked some questions that were actually covered in the documentary. They didn't know that because a lot of them hadn't seen it yet. But stuff about Canyon and Gold Dust and stuff. So instead of asking you, I say check out the documentary. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna kick you all out. I know it's very rude, but it's otherwise it's just awkward. As I wave awkwardly.
There you go.
Aha, there we go.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. That was very cool. We had some audio issues. I think it was on Mike's end, so I was muting him in between, but no fault to him. It's just sometimes the connection goes that way.
Sometimes it just happens like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, good stuff. Enjoyed the interview there.
Yes, I would recommend the documentary Out in the Ring to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out. I'm going to look up more Mike Parrow and Reiza in action.
Yeah, for sure.
I like their stories. It's good to see. Ry I've known for years.
Mm-hmm.
So it was good to see his film. He used to actually host a podcast over on Without Your Head.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. It's a neat documentary. I liked a lot of the topics that they brought up in it.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
Some stuff I took notes of that we just didn't bring up at the thing, but I believe Dave Deadman brought up Canyon.
Yeah,
and it wasn't I didn't know at that time when that happened that Canyon had just come out. But putting that in perspective, it was really gross.
Yeah. I think he said that he was, kind of running the idea, not the idea, but telling some people. And that was I guess the way that he was taking it, that they were saying, don't you do it, basically.
Yeah, basically, I mean, and then it was just an ugly thing. And
it was awful. Yeah. I mean, I know when I was watching it on TV and I didn't quite know what to make of it. I was just like, why is he singing a song and now Undertaker's beating the hell out of him
always
really
a great
hard
wrestler and a guy I think that went with a lot of stuff that might not have been bad. Just a guy who loved the business but and wanted to do well. So it's really a sad story all around.
Yeah, it was awful after I found out the full story, but I definitely loved the parts about them bringing up the Saudi Arabia deal and everything.
Yeah, that's very very topical for today. I mean, God, the WWE is really, it's just like a propaganda machine for Saudi Arabia.
I was trying to watch the show and Crown Jewel, and I was trying to enjoy it, and it's no fault of the wrestlers. I mean, I do think they were putting on a good show, but man, just do I really got to see a whole video package of 4 wrestlers talking about how great of a travel it was on their airlines? And I was like, come on now. I see what you guys are going with. The Saudi Arabia airline, they were they had a LA Knight putting it over and Bianca Belair, and it was just do I really got to sit and watch this? And then they start talking about the new WWE Hall of Fame thing that they got going up in Saudi Arabia. I'm like, who's gonna want to go to Saudi Arabia to go to the WWE thing? I mean,
no one.
No, there's
the Prince.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody in the United States. I mean, maybe there's some people who would, but I mean, that's not an ideal place to go to. I know that's what they're trying to do, but I mean, it's just I don't get it. And then the thing that kept going through my head while watching the show was Vince McMahon saying, "This is our new home." And I'm like, how ungrateful is this person, like to say that. And they made WWE within the United States of America, and and then other countries, kind of,
Just I
bought
mentioned this
into it.
on my Facebook, and someone's like, "Oh, if Saudi Arabia offered you, millions of dollars to do the podcast on there in Saudi Arabia, you wouldn't or anything." And it's like, well, honestly, no, and especially if I already was a millionaire, because WWE's
Yeah.
not like hurting for cash or not about to go out of business. Vince McMahon's a multi-billionaire, sold the company. He's 80 something years, isn't he? He's 80s now or something. He's old. He's up there. There's no reason why they have to like take money from Saudi Arabia to
Yeah.
like to be say Saudi Arabia is their home, to make the show like this big like it's really propaganda, like come and visit Saudi Arabia, and this they don't need to do that. If they were going out of business or they were really hurting for
Well,
money or something, I would at least like understand that. But how
this
much money, when you have so much money, how much is more money going to make you any happier?
could he be searching for a place where he could stay? Possibly. This is just a thought of my own. I mean,
It's I'm sure it's a country. This, I'm half joking, but half serious. I'm sure it's a country he wouldn't have to worry about people signing NDAs.
yeah. Uh, I know everybody thinks that we're just harsh on WWE, but this is real stuff. I
Yeah,
mean,
this is
this
beyond
isn't.
this is beyond wrestling.
you know, I mean,
This
and
is
it makes
human
it.
atrocities. Like,
Yeah, and it makes it like hard to really want to support the company. I
I
mean,
won't watch those shows. I
yeah,
don't want to watch it at all anymore. And I wasn't watching the TV because I just didn't like it. And this stuff really doesn't make me want to support, like you said, to support it all. I don't want to watch any of it. I don't want to give
I
them
mean
money
it.
for sure.
It was definitely going through my head while watching it, and they're really putting it. I mean, the one thing. I mean, I'm glad that the people of Saudi Arabia, not the people that's in the government or anything over there, but they got a show, and that's the only good thing I
Right.
think. Outside of that, I just can't agree with it at all. But I mean, it's very sickening, and it was just like, man, they're being basically propaganda for Saudi Arabia, saying how great it is, and we got this freaking guy coming out, and they're saying this guy's funnier than Dave Chappelle. I'm like, how the fuck is this guy going to be funnier than Dave Chappelle? And then, and it's like, he better come out here and just start freaking
I see.
knocking
I
him
don't really
down.
know what was this. Was this like
They just brought this guy out, and Michael Cole's like, "Oh, this guy's great. He had me in stitches," and he's coming out for the Miz's segment, to be on the Miz's show, and they barely let the guy talk. They said he's a comedian and he's toured all of the United States, and I'm like, "All right, dude, they've billed you as better than Dave Chappelle. Come out here and let's see something." They don't hardly let him say a thing. They bring out that Grayson Waller guy,
yeah.
the guy from I think he's Australian, and or New Zealand or something. I don't know, but and then he's got a segment that he wants to do his show, and then the guy he breaks down to where he kicks him and everything, and I was just like, yeah, don't even know who this fucking guy is. Never seen him before in my life. And they're putting him over as like one of the greatest comedians ever, and I'm not buying it. And it's like, why do I have to see this? Why are they like putting over a guy who is not within like, okay, I'll accept Logan Paul.
Right.
I can understand why you're putting this guy over. Nobody's heard of this fucking guy. The guy from Saudi Arabia. I don't know who he is. If somebody's heard of him, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be somebody who will say that they've heard of him, but
I doubt it.
Or Bad Bunny. I'm totally shocked by Bad Bunny and his fame. but I realize he is a famous person because
Right,
he's
right.
on Saturday Night Live. I mean, the first I ever heard of him was on WWE television.
Same with me, yeah.
So, but I mean, he is around. He's in movies. I mean, wasn't he in that Brad Pitt movie on the train? I think.
Oh, maybe.
Speed Train or whatever that
Bullet
was.
Train, I think,
Bullet
yeah.
Train, yeah. So I can recognize he is a famous person. Logan Paul, I wasn't too familiar with him beforehand, but anyhow, I digress. I couldn't make it through all of Blood Money.
Yeah, I just won't. I'm not going to begrudge anyone who watches him. I'm not going to, but I just won't watch him.
Yeah.
I'm not going to watch him.
For one, I was just getting sickened by all the propaganda for Saudi Arabia. And I also knew Cody Rhodes was coming up, and I didn't want to. I was just like, just that combination. I'm already sick to begin with. I'm going to have to stare at freaking Cody Rhodes come out there and just, couldn't deal with it. So I did not finish. I got up to the Bianca Belair match. I forget who she was taking on, but I kind of I think it was Io Shirai or Io Sky as they call her now.
Yeah.
And I would have liked to finish it, and then I was like, man, am I going to finish this and then watch Raw? I'm like, I don't want to watch Raw. So I haven't watched Raw either, but I did watch a lot of AEW. So
I guess the movie's Money Train. Lexar says he loves it, and Dave Deadman says it sucks. Which that's
Money.
probably more.
I watched it. I just couldn't remember the name of it. I mean, it was all right. I mean, it wasn't like I loved it or it wasn't like I hated it. I mean, whatever, it was there.
Money Train.
I think
Money Train's an old movie.
That's like Wesley Snipes and
yeah.
And it was like the follow-up to White Men Can't Jump. Like it was like the next one.
Yeah, Bullet Train. I was right.
Bullet Train. I didn't think Money Train sounded right. So yeah,
This is
I did
like
watch
some
SmackDown.
Of the dumbest
last week.
stuff in the world here.
What's that?
That I won't watch Crown Jewel because it's Saudi Arabia, but I'll watch AEW because it's owned by a guy of Saudi Arabian descent. I mean, that's like one of the most anti-American statements I've ever read. That's like the whole basis of America is the melting pot of people from other countries, and I mean, otherwise you'd only concern yourself with like native indigenous people. Like, I mean,
yeah. I mean, Tony Khan, that's one of the things that gets on my nerves too. I think Tony Khan, as far as I know, he's I don't think a fine person. Apart. He doesn't. I don't think he tries to like.
He's not guilty of human atrocity. He doesn't rip people apart. Doesn't doesn't believe in women shouldn't have rights.
I mean, we haven't known Tony Khan as long as we've known Vince McMahon. Yeah. I mean,
maybe he's not. He might have some issues, but I doubt he's killing people and having them cut into pieces.
Something like something like that. That, for instance, we're not saying Vince McMahon has cut up people, but I mean the Saudi Arabian prince, yeah. If that's what you're
that would just be racist if I was like, I won't watch anything with anyone of Saudi Arabian descent. I mean, that's stupid. That's a real stupid take.
I mean, if you watch the product, you can tell that this is made by a person who cares about the wrestling fans. I mean, they don't disrespect.
Yeah, I mean, that's why some people hate him, because he is like, which I don't really understand the hate of him for being a wrestling fan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would rather watch something that at least I know the guy likes wrestling and doesn't want to always tries to distance himself from the word wrestling.
I think it's just wrestling fans are so used to this abuse from Vince McMahon that they're just trying to like anything like different where somebody's like warm. and trying to cater to them is just like, no.
Yeah.
I want to eat shit and like it. I've done this for years, and it's like you don't have to do that.
And I mean, truth be told, like WWE's never been my favorite promotion my whole life. When I was a little
Yeah.
kid, I loved Roddy Piper, but I really didn't like WWF. I hated
Mhm.
Hulk Hogan, and I thought it was a lot of the stuff was like super just stupid. Like I liked the NWA way better. And
Yeah.
then in the 90s, I much preferred WCW. And then in the like mid to late 90s, I much preferred ECW and WCW over WWF, WWE. And then like when there and then there's times I like TNA better. Um like there was always people I liked in WWF, but I never was really a big WWF fan ever. And then really, when it was only WWE like on TV, and when TNA really started to go down the tubes, I just really stopped being a wrestling fan for the most
Mhm.
part. That's when I kind of stopped. And then AEW came around, and it honestly made me a wrestling fan again. So I can't say it. And any time was WWE my favorite. My favorite era of WWE was probably because I like WCW too, but I really liked when Austin was really
Mhm.
in the top of his game. Austin, The
Yeah, that
Rock,
stuff was great.
yeah, and there's
Austin
stuff
and
there I
Rock.
didn't like either. I didn't really like DX, but I like, but
Yeah.
there was. They also, I think that was their best period for the wrestling.
Mhm.
Because before that, it was really wrestling that I didn't really care for. But I love like Bret. Before Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels, the wrestling in WWF was never my kind of wrestling. It was really
Yeah.
like the big man, like the Hulk Hogan style Ultimate Warrior. I really hate that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like I would agree with you because I know we talked in the past that WCW, we really missed it, when we started the show. And like, just like, it was such a dark day whenever we had ECW and WCW, and then they just both went out of business like
Yeah,
right at the
same
same
here.
time. And it was like,
Yeah,
what
almost
the
right around
hell?
the exact same time. Yeah.
It was, and I remember being so excited for an ECW pay-per-view whenever because I caught in on the last few years of ECW, and I just remember just being like thinking about it all day, like I got to see this, but like for a WWE show, it was just like, I'll watch it, but it wasn't like I had to like see it, but
Yeah.
I mean, the comeuppance of AEW kind of brought back a lot of those feelings, of like, I'm kind of getting behind this company. I'm really rooting for them. And, it's just, I don't know. I just really get sad to see the fans' reaction to AEW when,
Just another just dumbass statement. I bet you can always kind of say that from Lexar. That Jack went to more WWF shows. I live in fucking New England, dumbass. What do you think? What do you think was here?
yeah.
WWF. How often do you think WCW ever came here? I went to the WCW show in Boston. It was the first time they were ever there.
Mm-mm. And I didn't really go to a whole lot of shows, but I did go to a
Yeah, I mean,
WWF house show.
I went to a handful of WWF shows. I mean, I went to
Mhm.
2 WrestleManias before it cost, $500 to go to WrestleMania. This was back when I could get a ticket for $30.
But
And I went to a Rumble, which I always enjoyed the Rumble a lot.
the
And
only wrestling show
the
that
only
you can
pay-per-views I ever went to.
the only wrestling show you can see me on camera in the crowd is ECW at the Huntington Civic Center. So there was a TNN show back when it was TNN. So you can actually see me on like I'm in the third row
Yeah.
on the hard camera side. So
Yeah, I had an actual I would say ECW was the promotion that I had the most emotional connection to.
oh, for
Like I
sure.
looked for, and I think that's something that's overlooked when people say like we're going to be the new ECW. Is they really fixate on the hardcore element, and I can't say the hardcore stuff wasn't part of ECW. It obviously was, but to me, the reason why people to this day will chant ECW for the wrestlers is you were emotionally connected to all the wrestlers, Paul Heyman, and the promotion itself. So you wanted the whole promotion to do well. If you watched the build up to Barely Legal on Beyond the Mat, and Paul Heyman is there, rallying the troops. That is how you felt as an ECW fan. It wasn't even just like, I want this guy to win, I want this guy to win. There was some of that, but you really wanted the promotion to win.
Yeah.
For the promotion to get on pay-per-view. And I never really felt that way about any other wrestling company up until then. And I remember when it wasn't on my TV anymore, I actually called the cable company to see where it was. And I can't imagine doing that for any other wrestling promotion.
Yeah. You just be like, oh, well, it's gone. So,
yeah.
Well, speaking about that, it seems like there's another wrestling promotion that had a TV deal and now it's already been taken away from them.
Yeah, it's really weird. I'm not sure exactly what's happening. I know I was listening to Meltzer earlier today, and he said that Billy Corgan had contacted him, and apparently, like, the deal, he couldn't talk about the deal, so I'm not sure what's happening. Meltzer said it was actually going to be on the CW like app or something, so I'm not really sure what exactly is happening.
Well,
but as people don't know, NWA was supposedly going to be on CW Network. And now they did a cocaine angle, and that may be up in.
That made him get cold feet on the deal.
Do I care about the cocaine angle? No.
No.
I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I saw the little clip. I actually kind of thought it was pretty funny. But
I
also don't have kids. I did see someone say, like, I don't want my kids watching that. And look, I don't have kids, so that doesn't affect me. If I had kids, maybe I wouldn't want them watching that either. I don't know. And I also don't know what CW had planned for the ratings for the show. So if they were going to rate the show, I think if you have open drug use on a show, I don't know if you can even be on basic. You probably have to be on pay cable.
Well,
you probably have to be on like not HBO, but whatever shows like Breaking Bad and stuff are on. I don't think you could just have open drug use on like
over the air channel
PG-13 show or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's unfortunate. I mean, I wish they could have, played nice at least until they got on television, because they would have had a little bit of a foothold then. But now it's like, it really sucks for them if it has been taken away. But dude, like you said, I don't care if like Jim Mitchell's snorting cocaine on television or whatever they were doing.
No, it looks kind of funny to me. But again, I don't have kids, so that is a different effect to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the channel. Really, to me, it's whatever the channel was going to rate it is the thing. Me as a fan, I actually think that looked pretty funny. It would probably be something I might actually want to watch.
Yeah.
I'm a huge Jim Mitchell fan.
I hope they get it sorted out and the TV deal is still on the table and they can get it done.
Wrestling fans are always demanding, got to go back to the Attitude Era. We need edgier wrestling. And anytime someone does do something that's a little edgy, they do like, oh my God, get that off TV. It's got to be canceled.
How could you do that? Yeah. But yeah. Back to how people, Job's here in the chat room, or John Brown, as he likes to be known now, I guess. He said, I felt an emotional connection to AEW early on, but I rarely watch it now.
I'm still a fan. It did take a hit. I looking back, and I love CM Punk, and I'm still on his side and everything. But looking back, that whole thing and the way it was everything about it, it was it was like oil and water. Two different types of attitudes they could not mix.
Mm-hmm.
But that also exposed, I think, to the audience that people started to take sides, and you started to splinter your fan base. And I think looking back, it did more harm than good.
Yeah. I think just all the bad press coming out. I mean, it's like I've said, that Wembley show was such a great show, but like it all kind of got overshadowed by that, and And we haven't talked about the announcement for. I'm so disappointed in that. I mean,
The big announcement.
the big announcement for Tony Khan's going to have a big announcement. I'm like, okay, let's see what it is. And we tune in and it says you all can buy tickets for Wembley next year. I'm like, I'm pretty disappointed in that. I'm like, I thought this was going to be something.
Look, just come out and say that, but don't beforehand say you've got an announcement.
Yeah, that was very disappointing to me.
That's not a big announcement.
I mean, it was a big show for them last year. They want to have another big show. I don't know if they're going to be able to draw that type of crowd this next year. I mean, I hope
really
they do.
Depends what's hot. Something gets hot over and it's the thing is it's not the first time anymore. It's the second time. The first time really filled it up. Basically, AEW being there for the first time because they didn't even announce any matches till like a couple weeks before the show.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have some hot characters or hot feud, I think you're going to need it. You're going to need to announce names and a hot feud before it this time.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just rely on we're just going to fill this up every year because
that's not going to happen. You got to have a good angle going into it, and
like I think you'll always get people, but there's a difference between getting people and filling up, one of the biggest stadiums in the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I was very disappointed in that, Tony Khan. I mean, I think Nigel and Tony did a good job talking about it, but it's like,
I will say this, Alexar. I've never paid a woman in my life to pretend to be interested in me or pay someone so I could come in my pants.
Alexar.
I also never got blackmailed on the internet and started jerking off to a bot on Facebook. So if you want to start stuff, I can be very mean, and I think I'm a lot better at it than you.
I'll just mind my own business here. I won't get into any of this, but I do want to put over just a side note. Anthony Henry, the guy who's in the Workhorsemen. I know you're not a big fan of the team, but I will say, let me just put over the guy.
All right.
He had a match with Dalton Castle on Ring of Honor, and I think they had a great match together. And that was a good showcase on Ring of Honor. And they also had a nice title defense from Athena at the end, taking on Mercedes Martinez. And that's all I'll say about Ring of Honor. The Workhorsemen and Kip Sabian, have at it, Jack.
It's not that I don't think the Workhorsemen are actually talented. They were presented as total they were presented as jobbers and never on television, and then got a title shot. If you're gonna give them a title shot, you had to establish them on AEW television first. You can't go from the only times we saw them, they lost. I don't think they ever won a match on AEW TV. And then they weren't even on AEW TV for maybe a year or several months. And then the first time you see them, they're like, oh, we're going for the title. That's not how you could bring them out and then have them get wins and then go get for a title shot. That's fine. But the way they're presented was really poor.
Well, I would agree with you until they said that JD Drake is also a professional bowler. And I was like, holy shit, I love this man. He wrestles and he's a bowler. I thought that was pretty awesome. You could do like a Kingpin gimmick or something. I mean, the movie Kingpin, not the
Punk,
character.
I think, tweeted out something recently that was kind of hinted that he was booking Collision, and I honestly believe that's true because, as I said, the show has really there's good matches on the show, but it feels like a completely different show since he's gone.
Well, I mean, it's a shame that he didn't have it didn't get to where he could really have a whole angle put out there, where we could see him.
Yeah, it was a good show where I always talk about every week where it had like a core group of guys. They built to matches. It was good. it's still an enjoyable show for just the wrestling. But this is a big problem in AEW is they need to. You've got all these great wrestlers,
Yeah.
and you put on some fantastic matches. But if you would have the build to those matches, it would really put them over, as opposed to just a cold match that's good. Imagine you have this great match, but you had a couple weeks build to it. It would just make it that much better.
Yeah. Well, I believe that he probably was because it said when they terminated him that it was contracts, not just contract. Like both, so there was something else going on there, and I do believe they had to make something really appealing to him for him to come back. So, I mean, and it kind of explains a little bit more why he was a little bit more upset with Jack Perry whenever he wanted to use glass, and he was in a role of power of being the booker, I guess, for Collision. So I guess when he told him, no glass, and then
the original story to that was the medical people on at Collision didn't want him to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Schiavone informed him not to do it, and then Tony Schiavone asked Punk to tell him not to do it.
Yeah.
So it was like everyone there was against doing it. It wasn't like he just came. That's one that is really perplexing to me, that anyone would think he's an asshole for.
Yeah.
That Punk is an asshole for like trying to get a guy not to use real glass. That there's other stuff you can argue, whatever, but that one to me is kind of like, I mean, why would you even like at that point? You're just biased against Punk.
I'm not sure why Jack Perry would get so bent out of shape over it.
I don't know either.
I mean, maybe he just doesn't have a lot of people telling him no, or
I think like all this stuff, it's not just one thing. I'm sure it was like constant a battle of personalities, and then so it's not just like one incident.
If it wasn't that, it might have been something else. So I mean, that would have.
Yeah, like honestly, the stuff with it wasn't if Hangman just did that one promo, I don't think any of this stuff would have happened. But I'm sure they had personality differences before that, and then it was so much after that, all the stuff that came out, and then Tim and Meltzer. It's a culmination of things. It's not just one incident. Yeah. It's kind of like to compare to wrestlers getting hurt and stuff. It's not like taking one bump. It's the culmination of bumps over time where you do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like you can't pinpoint ensure one time I made a joke at your expense that made you mad. It's a culmination.
It's the whole shebang.
Yeah. But now we're all good.
You're not scissoring right. What the hell's the matter with you? Do it right. But yeah.
I thought the 69 celebration would be a little funnier, honestly.
Well, they've kind of hurt the team by making him like such a schmuck for MJF. That's not what the role he should be in. I don't
understand it, because he's always presented as a hard, edgy guy with the promos and stuff, and you don't want to see him being like he's got the goofy side with the scissors, but that's different than just being like like a schmuck to MJF. I enjoyed MJF coming out with the pink scarf and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess they're just trying to search for something that MJF can do, and I do like that they have everybody on the show wanting to get the title.
This is something I've heard people against, like Conan and Disco, but it's actually there's a lot of things I will say that I think AEW is doing, that are mistakes and could do better and stuff. This is not one. I think this is actually one of the strongest things in AEW currently, is that everyone is gunning for MJF, because for one thing, it's not really something we've seen a lot of.
Yeah.
And it's kind of it's original. It makes sense that everyone wants the world champion. You have a giant roster, so why not have several people wanting the world title? It also puts MJF and Parrow as the babyface champion, where everyone's gunning for him. So it's also kind of a mystery, like who, which one of these guys is gonna beat him for the title, or maybe none of them. But I like that. It's kind of long form storytelling in wrestling, because all these people, when they wrestle him, even if he wins, it like takes him down a notch, which is kind of like what they did with Darby Allin when he was international champion, where every match he got beat up even though he won. Orange Cassidy, I'm sorry, when Orange Cassidy was international champion. And so I like that. Why not? Why not have multiple people winning the title? In boxing, there was always multiple people trying to go after Tyson. I just like it.
Yeah.
I think it's good.
Now, there's another thing that I didn't think was very well done on AEW, and they need to try to avoid doing stuff like this. But Blackpool Combat Club came out and saved FTR.
Yeah, I didn't understand this.
Yeah, it was strange. They saved him from the House of Black, and like, is it just because Blackpool Combat Club doesn't like the House of Black? But
Yeah,
then you saw Claudio like,
why would they save FTR?
I have no idea.
They just kept getting their ass kicked. I didn't really understand any of it.
And then you saw Claudio kind of pat Dax Wheeler on the back afterwards, and it was like, what the hell? I don't understand why they're making the save for him. Is there something I missed? I mean, I've watched most of the shows.
I guess it's not the worst idea if FTR was with the Blackpool Combat Club, but then you have like 5 guys in the group. I don't know if you really need that. I guess they could be the tag of the group. I mean, that's fine, but otherwise, I don't really understand the purpose.
I mean, are they trying to just add to the group? I guess because Bryan Danielson's out and he's healing.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there'll be something. Maybe it'll lead somewhere, or maybe it just won't lead anywhere. I don't know. I will say it was funny. The guys you're talking about though, and so it was Dustin Rhodes and Keith Lee, and who was the other guy?
Keith Lee.
It was another second generation guy. It was Dustin,
Keith Lee.
Because they were like, that's the first time the Rhodes family and what was the other family?
Oh geez, who was it? I know what you're talking about when Keith Lee came out. And shoot.
Because before Keith Lee, I was like, wow, are they going to have like another second generation guy with this group? Like, I thought it was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. Who was it? Second generation. I know the segment you're talking about.
Man, I can't remember now. What I was going to say was I really liked I thought it was a really fun 6-man. And I wouldn't mind like if they kept them together, but I can't remember. Oh, Mark Briscoe.
Yeah. Mark is
it wasn't a second generation. Well, I guess sort of, but it was it was just like wrestling family guys. So it was Dustin, Mark Briscoe, and Keith Lee. And at first I was like, wow, this is really odd. Keith Lee's in the group, but they really worked well together. It was really fun. And I wouldn't mind if they went after the 6-man titles at some point, the trio.
Yeah, get them into the mix. I mean, Mark Briscoe, he has to do.
He is so over. He's actually one of my mom's favorite, and she never watched Ring of Honor or anything. She just she thinks he's funny. She likes him as a wrestler, and and she's already feels like emotionally connected to him because the story with reality with his brother.
I mean, I think I was skeptical how he would do, and he would come back and be just Mark
his
Briscoe.
Brother was always more of the singles guy.
But I think so far, what all we've seen, I mean, his return was good on Rampage, and then the 3-way match, or the 3-man match, that was great. I mean, and every one of his promos, he adds some comedy into it, but he puts over the angle that's going on at the time. And it doesn't feel forced. It feels like, he's really just, I think he's great. I mean, I think they really need to.
I think you could get behind him as a top singles guy. Maybe not even I'm not saying there's either one possibly world champ, but definitely a guy that could be vying for one of the singles titles.
Yeah. So I definitely think that's somebody they need to keep
You have
their eye
multiple
on.
singles titles. The TNT title, face of TNT, Mark Briscoe, that would work.
Mm-hmm.
International title, but yeah, I'd love to
Yeah.
see it. Or the 6-man belts, the trios belts. That'd be fun.
Yeah, yeah. I know he doesn't want to do a tag team with anybody,
Right.
which
So
is
the trios would
understandable.
work. So either trios or I really think him as a run as TNT champion would be good.
Yeah. Yeah, like mix him up with Orange Cassidy or something,
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's two faces and that normally doesn't go so well, but I think they could pull it off.
I think two faces can work. I think two heels is odd.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But this is an issue in AEW is they have so many talented people. You can't focus on like many people because like you've got Mark. Where do you put you barely see so many of these guys that are could be top people like Miro and all these people. So I don't even know what the answer is. It's just, and I'm sure they're going to hire more people, but it's just impossible to focus on everybody.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's just a lot of talent there, but I mean,
Keith
they
Lee's
really.
he's really entertaining, but it's like, and it's some of those guys like a Keith Lee, for example, he has to be like presented as like a big deal because he's like big and can move around. So he can't just be like a guy who's like in like opening matches, nothing matches.
Yeah, well, they did do a good job of setting up a Dynamite this week with Keith Lee. Speaking
Yeah, I
about that,
agree.
I
That's
think
the one Ring of Honor belt that I think is actually over, and I don't mind is on TV because Samoa Joe's really been presented as like a big deal.
Yeah,
And I even like some of the posters. I know someone said, "Oh, it's not a flattering look." I thought it was perfect. It showed they looked like Godzilla and King Kong, like facing off in like a city. They're big. They're two big guys. They're not jack dudes. They're just two big guys. So you're not going to have a really flattering look. Of course, they get fat on them, but that's always been part. I like wrestling with two big dudes like that. Two
yeah.
big guys who can go. That's my kind of wrestling.
So I'm looking forward to that match, Samoa Joe and Keith Lee. I think that'll be good stuff. I don't think we've ever seen them face off before.
No, yeah, I think this is gonna be great because you don't see Joe versus other big men very often.
No, it's normally a smaller dude. So
this is gonna be some meat to meat. I remember Joe had, I think some of the best Lesnar matches in his later run was Joe. So yeah, just these two big guys doing big moves. I think this is gonna be really, really fun.
Yeah, so definitely check out Dynamite tomorrow. And
Adam, I'm a big fan of.
Still a big fan of Roderick.
He was starting when they were in the house for so long. I started like, come on, guys. But now they're out of the house. They're actually at ringside and stuff. I'm a big fan.
I do like how he just yells Renee's name and just like randomly. It's just like what? But he got up and he did like the big move, and then he instantly fell down and selling the neck again, like he's still hurt, and they wheeled him back out. But it's good stuff.
Lexar, Jack likes to slap man meat while I slap strippers' asses. Well, keep spending your SSI money they get from the government on the strippers.
Oh. It's between you all, I guess. I'm staying out of it. I'm out of it.
So I never watched any of Jack's films. I did see the Lexar film, and I'm going to say it's like this. Looked like an acorn, his penis. It was an acorn. It was just a head and a little bit of foreskin, no shaft.
Yeah, feud of the year. We need somebody to fill the void ever since my troll has left. Supposedly.
The blue Lexar. We got a hi from John Reddy.
What's up, John Reddy?
Johnny
You're a good
Cage.
man. He's a good man.
He's a good man. I like that guy. Anything else before we start taking these calls from the folks?
Let's see. Was there anything else on the program? Willow Nightingale and Sky Blue. They did not do the turn with Sky Blue. She's staying good as far as we know.
Yeah,
for now.
AEW. The stuff I really like the show. One thing. No more mist. No one in AEW does the mist right. It always looks terrible. It's always really a failure. This might have been the worst. I didn't see anything.
Yeah, there was nothing on Julia Hart's face. It was just all on her chest. And it was like, yeah, teach people how to do the mist.
Yeah, or just don't do it.
You need somebody to come in and teach them how to do it.
Hire the Great Muta and to be the mist coach.
The mist trainer.
Great Muta would be able to do two different color mists in one match, and sure. You like shoot him with the green, then shoot him with the red. I was like, what the fuck? Or maybe they just need to hire some Asians with mist glands.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed the wrestling this week.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed AEW, and I tried to enjoy I was really trying to get back into watching WWE, but man, that Saudi Arabia show just was like...
Yeah, I can't watch it.
It's very sickening. I mean, and it's just... They need to get rid of Vince altogether. I mean, like, he can't have, like, any public speaking spots. I mean... Just remove him somehow if it's possible. I don't think it's possible though.
I just can't.
Because just that statement alone that Saudi Arabia is their new home, that really does not set well with me whatsoever. It's just like, here's the man who created the company, and he doesn't have any respect for where he made the company. You know, I mean.
Or just respect for human life.
Yeah. I wish Stone Cold would just give him a stunner again, you know? Just say, oh, hell yeah.
Talk about Tony's gifts to Sting. So that was 2 weeks ago, I believe. Ric Flair, we mentioned Ric Flair was out there. But I did listen to Ric Flair on Wrestling Observer with Dave Meltzer. And so he signed a 2-year deal with AEW. He's going to be on air character for 2 years. Also signed a deal with his energy drink, which sounds very peculiar. It's an energy drink. You know, it's got fruit flavors, but it's made out of mushrooms, which does not sound particularly appetizing. But
that's strange.
But I don't know. I'll try it sometime. But I will say this. It starts off very awkward, but the interview is really good. Once like Dave and Rick just start talking, like, because they are old buddies, and Rick seemed very happy. I'll have to say this. And he even outright said, ask me back on anytime, because now they love me doing interviews and I could talk about anything. You really got it really came across that he's much more free now, Rick. And that's an ongoing theme with a lot of people where, you know, when you're in WWE, you got to really be careful what you say at all times. He genuinely seemed very happy. And he talked about loving the wrestling, and he mentioned stuff that to me was clear he actually watches it. He mentioned, you know, Daniel Bryan match. The matches he mentioned where I was like, oh, he actually does watch this stuff.
It seems like he's more aware of what's going on with the product than he has been in the past. Because, I mean, like in the past, we've heard him talk before, and he would talk about what he was involved with, but you wouldn't hear him talk about other people's matches or anything. So that's not. And I did hear him say in the past that Omega was probably one of the best.
Yeah, he really put over Omega and MJF, and that makes sense to me. You know, people really hate Omega. That one's. I just don't think you've really watched the guy.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could watch Omega's matches and think the guy sucks. Maybe he's not for you or something. His promos and stuff not necessarily great. He's a weird dude, but in the ring, I mean, it's great stuff. And he isn't this idea that no one sells, I don't think is really accurate either.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I just a lot of people listen to, the people who are so against Omega, and I think they just take their word for it and they don't actually watch and see for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, there is just this hatred for all modern wrestling, which is fine if you really don't like it, but I just don't know why you keep watching stuff for 30 and 40 years if you hate it.
Perhaps because it's profitable to get on the internet and bitch about it.
Yeah, that's one thing, but what if you're just a fan?
Yeah.
It'd be profitable just to get on and say you liked it too. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, people love the negative stuff. I mean, there he is. There's John Ray.
Johnny Cakes!
Hey,
How's it going?
not bad. So the blue guy spooked.
Yeah,
I haven't
Blue
seen
Guy's
him in a
been
long
gone
time.
for a couple years or a year or so now.
Ah,
He got mad because it was a real inoffensive joke. I think he was, he's always been, Johnny, he's been on Interest Case for years and years, and I said on the show that I was going to make him sit in the corner.
oh, he got
And
mad
he
at
blocked
that.
me and left the show. I was like, "What the hell?"
I think it was just because he felt like he could always count on Jack to have his back or something, and then when you turned,
I had stopped reading a lot of his just really mean spirited questions for for a while, so it was probably like that added,
that had something to do with it too.
Yeah. I didn't mind reading stuff that I think is funny or within reason, but stuff that was just straight up really just mean. I just stopped reading.
Yeah.
It's weird though that he leaves and I come back.
Yeah, he's been gone for a while though. So.
Total
Maybe are you saying that you're the blue guy?
No.
You took the mask
No,
off?
it's not a Spider-Man Peter Parker thing.
Well,
we
John, as much as I love you, let's not get the blue guy back. I'm fine with him being
No,
gone.
I said it. Yeah, no. Trust me, we had heat.
Yeah. You guys had heat too?
Yeah. I tried to stick up for you.
Oh, that was probably a big no-no for the blue guy, but I appreciate it, John Reddy.
Bruce.
There he is.
Lexa's crying like a little biatch. She said Jack has been spewing offensive jokes and mean to his own listeners for the past 20 years. Well, you could always hit the bricks, loser. Boom.
Come on, guys. Let's hug it out.
You could be a total asshole to me, but I can never say anything back.
I still want to jump in, but I'm like watching it happen too. So I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna sit back and watch
I don't think I'm ever
think about it
without being provoked.
Yeah. People don't want to fuck with me. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, don't get under your attention. Don't make them notice you or they're fucked. Right?
Exactly. So a shout out here to our Hall of Famers. You can join the Headyverse here, help the show out. It starts very low, only $3. So Hall of Famer Steven Simmons, simply ravishing. Mikey B, Vic Schiavone, Deadpool on YouTube, the Geek Get Away Tech Dingoes, and our producers El Santos World and Brian Matthew Cluttar, and also big thanks to all the members of the Headyverse.
Brian Matthew Clutter, he's a hell of a producer. Terrible young boy.
Producer number one, young boy Hawk Tui.
Lost John Reddy.
Yeah.
He'll be back. They always come back.
What's on your mind, Mr. Ghost?
Mm,
Oh, he even said, I'll be back.
yeah, not much. I don't know. Yeah, just trying to keep up on some wrestling, and
it's hard to do sometimes. I know that, but I watched all of the AEW programs and ROH, and I'm looking forward to. They're going to have the final battle. It's going to be free if you're a ROH subscriber.
Oh, how much is that?
$10 a month.
Well, I might as well get it. It'd be cheaper than buying it.
Yeah. Well, you can't even buy it on pay-per-view, I guess. It's only going to be on their network, the Honor Club. So you could tell, like, during, like, when they're promoting it, like, Caprice was trying to get Riccaboni to say free, and Riccaboni just kept saying, like, well, if you're a subscriber, you get it as a complimentary. And it was like he couldn't get him to say free for a while, and then finally Riccaboni caved and he said free. So it's not necessarily free. You got to subscribe to get it, but I think that's good. I think if they kept doing, like, their pay-per-views, say they got 6 a year or whatever, or whatever they got for Ring of Honor, I think I'd be happy with that. If they just gave you the pay-per-view as well for the show. I think that would be fair if they want to keep this way of, putting their matches up, and as long as they give you the big show for free, I think that would be cool.
So you're paying for the weekly show?
Yeah, you got to pay for $10 for the month, so you get the weekly show. Which it's like a lot of it's not normally like a great show, but you do get some good stuff there here and there. But like, I'm not going to be like, oh, you have to have this, because most of it's like dark match stuff,
Yeah. Usually I watch the random stuff, so I might be into like stuff like that.
I'm not putting it over hard, because I've kind of been a little disappointed with it.
I'm hard for it.
And I'm a big, huge cheeseburger mark, so I will just like follow his career around.
He has made some appearances, but I haven't seen a whole lot of cheeseburger on there. So
yeah, he does. Does he still go by cheeseburger? Or does he go by his own name now?
The last time when I saw him win the title, his name was Cheeseburger, and that was only like a year ago or something, or a few months ago.
There's another guy who looks a lot like him, and I'm not sure if it's the same dude, but like they were both the same size, and like his name was like Ruffergan or Leon Ruffergan or something like that.
Oh, Leon Ruff.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's the same dude or not.
Google. I have Google.
Should I Google it?
Google it. No, I think it was a different guy. Cheeseburger in Paradise. He should have came out to that song.
Welcome back, John Rette.
Mr. Reddy.
Google's going to think I'm an idiot right now. I'm putting in Cheeseburger's real name.
Oh, man. I want to do one of those, like, look up my Google search history kind of things, because mine are fucked up. Like, straight up. Like, my last thing I have in here is, how do I spell scaly? Like, scale, having scales. That was my last one.
Did it inform you?
Yeah. I wrote SCALEY. It does not have an E in it.
Well, if you ask, like, how do you spell whatever, don't you have to know how to spell it to begin with?
It autocorrects you, like in the Google answer.
You can turn on your microphone thing to do the microphone search, and then say the word, and then it will bring up the definition, which will show you how to spell it.
I don't let the government listen to my voice.
If you have a
This
phone-
isn't how I normally sound. I have a very high pitched voice, like like I'm sucking on helium like all the time. So
Like Judge Doom.
yes, when he's
Rabbit.
dying, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
just like that.
Old school wrestling. They listen to IYH all the time, Bruce.
Yeah, I'm always making the Judge Doom references. It's like
I love where they dip the shoe in there. It's like to scare all the villagers, like watch what you'll do if you fuck with us, and then the shoe's just like a innocent victim.
Stevie!
Bam.
Stevie is your new home, Saudi Arabia. Are you going to be Saudi Stevie now?
The day they first went there was the day that they pretty close to when the Saudis put that reporter in a suitcase.
I know. They cut a dude, killed him. They didn't even kill him, then cut him up. They offed him by cutting him up.
Well, you gotta save time, right?
Yes.
Jeez.
And they have a guy who does, that's like his job, is to dismember people.
Wow.
So let's go around the horn. Who's going to go to the WWE Experience Hall of Fame thing that they got in Saudi Arabia? Who's going to go to it?
Negative.
Bruce.
No, that would suck.
Toronto Stevie. No. John Reddy.
Can't say it's in the plans.
How about you, Entry? Saving up to head on over?
Not going. No.
I'm gonna go to Dubai with all my money. I'm gonna fuck Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, there you go.
I hear there's good street food. Anyway, sir.
Yeah, street food is good. I was in Boston Sunday, and I didn't even know, but I happened into, there was like this festival, and it was all kinds of international foods. It was a really good time. I had some lamb satay from one food booth and some spring rolls from another. It was really good.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
Lexar says, by the way, Stephen Butler, Brian Saxton was the ring announcer for WWE Crown Jewel. Your thoughts?
Whoa.
Yeah, I thought that was a little. I was wondering what that voice, whose voice that was doing all the announcing. When I looked, I thought, oh, because I'm so used to.
Yeah, probably because women aren't allowed to speak there.
Yeah, Ricochet's girlfriend doing the announcing on Raw. And who is that? Oh, Byron. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, I will. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bruce.
Oh, since I made a Byron Saxton puppet, I'm very much more interested in his career, so I'm happy to see him.
You're the resident Byron Saxton, Mark.
I looked into a lot of his career. Interesting.
Strange person to be interested in.
And the lady named Kelly, I looked into her too.
People I've ever heard, but go on, sorry.
No, the Kelly lady, she was a NHL something for a long time. So Steven might like her.
Oh, I thought
no, the new announcer that replaced the in his Raw report.
Kelly doing?
I thought it was Kathy Kelly, right?
That's my Swax impression.
I'm not sure. We'll learn. Steven will teach me who the new announcer lady is.
So what's on your mind, Mr. Boots?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I did want to bring up that the Rhea Ripley entrance into the Crown Jewel Blood Money was the strangest fucking thing I think I've ever seen.
Really?
It was like all these sheiks come out with this cup, and they would just form a line on both sides of where Rhea Ripley was going to be walking, and I'm like, I think I know what they're insinuating with this, but what the fuck is this? What is this? What the hell was that? Steven, do you have a clue what that was?
I was wondering what the hell that was too.
Was it
Like-
hot?
No, it was like I don't get it.
Was it like a reverse harem? Like all the dudes were like
Like
for her?
maybe I
I
don't
didn't see it.
know.
I'll watch it.
It was so strange. But and then like you thought like she might come out with a different type of outfit on or something, but then they just brought her out with her normal theme, and it's like, what the hell was that? It's very strange.
That's just how people dress there. They were just in their street clothes, like.
Yeah, like I don't know. It was just like, why are there's like a row of sheiks bringing her out? But whatever.
They're just like chilling out, man.
I thought it was fucking horrendous. That and the comedian, and then I'm learning about flights to Saudi Arabia, and I'm like, fuck this show. It's like I'm not ever going to Saudi Arabia by choice. Like I would have to be forced by gunpoint to go to Saudi
Sounds
Arabia.
dangerous a little bit.
You know, yeah, it's like I may just have the motherfucker shoot me before I go to Saudi Arabia. I mean, because it's not going to be good when you get there. It's like, just shoot me here. At least I'm here. I mean, at least I can die on my own soil. I'm not going to Saudi Arabia.
Speaking of Saudi, we got one of the biggest Saudi Arabian marks on in the Headyverse here, Taz of the Greek.
Hell yeah.
It's true. I love those head chopping fools over there in the Middle
Dude,
East.
The beautiful Persian Gulf. I hear it's like the beaches are awesome.
They probably are. You know, as long as you.
Oh my God! You remind me of something else. They had freaking Logan Paul on a dune buggy in the freaking sand, and they're like, "Look what Logan Paul was doing earlier." And he's driving around in the sand on a dune buggy, going, "Woo, yeah, Saudi Arabia!" I'm like, "Fucking hell!" And then he's driving through the city, coming to the arena. I'm like, "This is just fucking bullshit."
Wow, I gotta watch that. That's
WWE was around like back in like the early 40s. They'd be like, "Look at this beautiful, beautiful Germany."
Yeah, it's just like they sympathize with
Come
whoever.
to Auschwitz.
Jeez.
Great place to vacation.
And the one person right here who says they'll go to the Saudi Arabia experience, WWE experience, is Mighty Lexar. I would go to Saudi Arabia to visit the WWE experience. Does that surprise anybody?
No. So what is on your mind, Stevie, before we get to the Raw report?
Well, actually, I have a confession. I watched Dynamite and Blood Money this week, but I didn't watch SmackDown, Collision, or Raw. So
Whoa! You know it's getting bad when Steven Butler does not watch Raw.
He was so turned off by all the Saudi Arabia propaganda that he was like, I cannot stomach just watching Raw this
I
week.
wanted to hear about The Miz and like Grayson Waller. And damn it.
I mentioned it somewhat.
I never heard anyone in my life ever tell me I really wanted to hear about Grayson Waller.
I want to hear about him saying like, "Good day, mate."
Good day, mate.
I don't know.
So why didn't you watch Raw? Was something going on, or did you just have enough?
Well, I just kind of like fell asleep, actually. Now, I could give you a Blood Money report, but I can't give you a Raw report this week.
Well, I saw like a good bit of Blood Money, but I didn't watch the ending of it. I mean, who was Cody Rhodes facing off with? Freaking Cody Rhodes.
We'll get that. We'll do that after we hear from Tazo. Then we'll get the Crown Jewel report from Steve.
Okay.
Tazo, what's on your mind in the world?
I watched AEW, whatever AEW had to present us this week. It was pretty underwhelming, and starting to think this AEW shit is just all in your head, Jack.
What?
I'll give it a little more
It's a
time.
real company. I mean, it exists. I mean, I don't think it's there.
I'm just
I
saying.
might be going back to New York, Tazo, here in December.
Oh, that's cool. What are you doing?
I was invited, or Annabelle and I were invited to a festival. I'm not
What
exactly
kind of a
sure
festival?
where it is. It's a horror movie festival.
Not like a child sacrifice festival.
No, we do that in Salem.
I was thinking about like a circumcision, like. So I was thinking like Tazo, kind of.
Really? I was not thinking that at all.
Shock Fest Film Festival.
So that's cool. Where, in Brooklyn?
I'm not sure exactly where it is. It just said New York, so maybe just New York City. I don't know. I just got invited to it earlier today, and Annabelle and I might be going. So I have to look into it.
Well, this time I will come and see you. I will approach you with my hands high up in the air and my palms open. I will not make mention
come in peace, sir.
Right, of stalking you, hunting you down like a wild animal, and murdering you in cold blood. I will never bring that up.
All right, fair enough. I'm a pretty docile guy, but Annabelle carries a knife and stuff. She probably take it out.
That's not
She would
my
have
knife.
to for the circumcisions.
What was that?
She would have to for the circumcisions.
Exactly.
I'm bringing John Reddy with me.
Oh, jeez.
Remember to get a lighter for the blade so it's like sterilized. It's how people used to pierce ears and stuff back in the day.
I can use that lighter I used to smoke crack.
There we go.
As Jack has repeated for the last 20 years on this radio bullshit professional wrestling podcast, which is why I'm going to literally drive a fucking dagger through his heart. So when I run into him in New York City.
But you weren't going to bring that up.
I'm not supposed to say that. That's right.
Man, when I listened to this back in the day when I didn't know you guys were like
I'll feel
real
really bad
people.
laughing at that if it really happens.
I imagine like one of those Kirby wavy daggers. You know
they'll
like
have
the
that
long
on
ones.
like a recap clip where they'll be like, and his co-host is hysterically laughing when Tazo mentions it. I'm just here going, wah!
It's going to be a barrel of laughs and a barrel of blood when Jack comes to New York next time. But I'm not supposed to talk about that.
You really don't want to kill Jack, do you?
Nah, I love this guy. He's the best, man.
Oh, well, thank you.
See?
Jack's a good man. Jack is a good man. Who else would have like fucking 5 retards? And do a
That's not very nice. There's only one. There's only one Lexar. There's not 5 of them. No.
Who would have 5 perverted degenerates on, and then claim that he's like their leader or something?
Well, I guess I can't. I guess I can't argue that one. All right. See, Lexar Tazo's going to gift Jack with a pack of weed. That's not really edgy anymore. I mean, weed's like you can go buy weed at like 7-Eleven now. I mean, who cares?
Man.
You could go down and it's like, and they have like gumball machines with weed in them now. I mean, it's not a big deal. This ain't the 50s.
Yeah, you don't really hear people talking a whole lot about weed. And like, it's like used to be like this thing that like
Amen.
everybody would wear a shirt that says like smoke weed or something, and then like
smoke weed every day.
Then like you got to get the hemp. And it seems like a lot of that's kind of died off since it's like legal in a lot of areas. It's
Yeah,
like,
that's not taboo anymore. That's what they got to legalize heroin, and that won't be cool anymore.
It's Goosey. Oh,
I
What?
didn't
What
mean
the
to-
hell?
Oh, that's. I look like
I
John
was
Goodman.
trying
Was
to
that
think
Incher?
about yeah, exactly. It was it. Sorry, I posted a picture. I was trying to get rid of the because it
Stop.
covers up when we had so many
Stop
pictures.
flashing us your masturbation material.
Like function key number 1 on his keyboard. Is that number 3 or something? F3,
Oh yeah.
F2.
Oh yeah. The two of my things that make me the horniest, Incher and the
How
rebel
does
flag.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
Incest.
fluorescent incher.
You look very warm. He's got almost like mitten. What do you call that when you kind of is that made to do that?
The hockey jerseys, the sleeves are big enough to they can do
Yeah.
it.
Oh, cool.
I used to do that with my old jacket a lot, where I would put my, to keep my hands warm. But
I just stick him down to my crotch.
like, I don't know what you call that. Just putting your hands in your sleeves, or cupping.
Oh.
I don't know what you would call that.
Oh.
He's docking his hands.
Docking his hands.
Space.
That's
docking.
it.
Me and Tazo are going to do some docking in New York.
Oh.
That happens down at the docks, right? Like,
Yeah.
okay.
It involves semen. You're right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Remember that time, Goosey, you told us Saudi Arabia owns WWE?
Yeah, they do.
They almost basically do now.
It's fucking unbelievable. I'm waiting for like WWE to come out and condone the Hamas terrorist attacks at this point. Yeah.
In our new home.
Yeah.
I think Vince has like a sanctuary home there. Just if he gets super convicted and jammed up in the United States, he'll just have just extradition like blocked. He's like, I'm
that's
living here now.
unbelievable. They still have 6 years of shows they're committed to for the Saudi Arabian propaganda machine.
Wow.
Sounds like they'll just sign up for another 6 after that. It's like, seems like they're pretty in love with them.
I mean, hey, nothing. They're groundbreaking. They're allowing women to wear and wrestle and completely, basically, their entire body is covered up except for their hands and their head. Like, yeah, they're fucking motivating the gay characters. Can't even go to the country. Like Sami Zayn is now a total fucking hypocrite after, money talks for that bastard.
Yeah, they love making hypocrites out of people. Whenever, you say, I'd never go to WWE, they always try to bring that person in.
He was adamant because the Saudi Arabians and the Syrians don't get along, and now all of a sudden Vince comes up to him with a fucking paycheck and, oh, I love Saudi Arabian culture.
Was he just in like a pre-show? He wasn't even on the actual show? When he
was on the pre-show
match or something? How lame is that?
Yeah,
I think he showed up for Cody Rhodes.
He did like a run-in or something. Yeah, I heard Meltzer talking about it. He did a run-in or something.
I feel so damn dirty watching those shows. It's like
we did a Headies from Saudi Arabia one year.
Well, legitimate. You gave away heads.
We did.
Oh.
And Lex earlier was saying that Barbie Richards isn't on the show because I was mean to him and President Clinton, but really, we left them in Saudi Arabia.
we don't want to put the bill for them to come back.
They got the Khashoggi treatment.
I don't think I was ever mean to Clinton.
No.
And I think Barbie and I were mean to each other. Not really mean, it was just busting balls, as they say. But he definitely didn't leave because of that. All right. Inch Daddy, are we ready for the Crown Jewel report?
Has Goosey discussed what he wanted to talk about?
He basically stole my words, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
That is just the Saudi Arabia thing, it's ridiculous. Although I will say I'll give a tip of the cap to Logan Paul. Steven will probably talk about this, but He saved Rey Mysterio from goddamn paralysis.
I don't know. I think he was out of step though. He was like too far away from Ray.
No. If he would have missed Ray would have landed directly on the top of his head and paralyzed.
Yeah,
himself.
but Ray was expecting him to be closer, I would think, than where Logan Paul was. But I mean, you do got to give him credit because he did. At least he did catch him, and there wasn't a bad thing. And then he took his title, and it's like, how disrespectful is that? It was like, it's like the WWE puts over Logan Paul over Rey Mysterio. It's like this guy who's barely even a wrestler. They're like,
you knew they were
going to
have something with a celebrity and us, and they wanted the headlines. And so it's a celebrity wins in Australia.
But if AEW had a Rey Mysterio, would they have like some, celebrity come in and beat him legit for his title?
Well, I don't think AEW would do a show in Saudi Arabia. So
no.
And that's really the whole gist of why Paul even won, is because it was the celebrity. And if this was a show in fucking Omaha, they wouldn't have had Logan Paul go over.
If AEW goes to Saudi Arabia and they got like propaganda material and everything, I think I'm done.
It's gonna be the end of wrestling for me.
Yeah, it's just like, God, forget this shit. I could go watch TNA, but I don't know. TNA.
It's just not going to be the same as what it was.
Yeah.
TNA is back, baby!
Bam.
What's up, young stars?
Yeah, the Flying Elvises are back!
The Johnsons and Sports Entertainment.
I saw someone even post a picture of the Johnsons and like, what would they be like in today's wrestling? And I'm like, probably as nothing as they were back then. Like, like why would they be a big deal today? One guy's like, they'd be monsters today. I'm like, what the hell?
What?
All right. Now it is time once again. This will be a little bit off, but we got to play it anyway.
Saudi Arabia.
Wait a minute,
After our 2 hours, 2-hour wait, let's get to the Raw report.
No fucking history. Raw report. Saudi Arabia. Crown Jewel. Boom.
Let's call it Blood Money. Its real name.
Blood Money report. There we go.
So, like I said, I didn't see Raw, so let's do a Blood Money report. So, Blood Money, actually, it looks good. But, okay, so the opening match, Seth Rollins taking on Drew McIntyre. Drew was kind of the heel. I thought I heard some boos for Drew during this match. And so Seth Rollins, actually halfway decent match. Drew hit a claymore, went for the pin, and Seth would kick out. Seth tried I think he got one stomp in, and Drew still kicked out. The finish came when Drew went for another claymore. Seth got out of the way, hit the pedigree as a prelude to the stomp, stomped him again, and then pinned him.
Stomp that ass.
And then after the match, Damian Priest runs down to the ring with his briefcase, but he's stopped by Sami Zayn, who steals it. Steals the briefcase, runs away. And there was this brief backstage segment with Rhea Ripley and Drew McIntyre. So I think that the Drew McIntyre heel turn is probably imminent. He's like lost. So he's lost to Roman, he's lost to Gunther, and now he's lost to Seth. So like this is probably what's going to drive him over the edge and turn him heel. Now, leading up to Blood Money was they were really trying to make a big deal out of this women's 5-way match, which was up next. And in the end, exactly what I thought. This was just a complete fuck up of a match. Rhea Ripley versus Nia Jax versus Shayna Baszler versus Zoe Stark versus Raquel Rodriguez. Like you were saying before, they're all covered in head to toe. And this was just like a fucking mess. I'll call it.
Didn't Shayna have like a karate gi on for most of the match? I think
actually, more than a few of them had black tops. So at one point, I was trying to figure out who is that again. Like I think they all had like. I think Shayna had a black top on with like white pants, or maybe it was a gi. I don't know. Rhea had one.
They should all wrestle in like beekeepers' suits.
But basically, Rhea Ripley retained her title. I think she hit the riptide on. I think it might have been Zoe Stark, and it was Zoe, Raquel, and Shayna were all one on top of the other, and Rhea just pinned, I think, Shayna Baszler. But this was just a fucking mess. Exactly what I thought it was going to be, and anyway, so we get the next one was John Cena versus Solo Sikoa, and I'm just wondering if this is a prelude, whether it's, I don't know, to John Cena's retirement. It started out Cena and Solo having, a 50-50 match, Cena getting lots of offense, trying to hit his FU move on Solo Sikoa. Solo trying to hit the Umaga thumb to the throat. The Samoan spike, and eventually, yes, it's like Cena is like starting to get, the old guy is starting to lose a step to the younger guy. And Solo just hits all these Samoan spikes on Cena, and Cena just kept going down. And I expected him to make a comeback, but he wouldn't. And he just kept getting even more Samoan spikes. And then finally, he just pinned John Cena.
Yeah. just pinned him.
I want to watch that.
That's another guy who's sold out. John Cena, wasn't he refusing to go to WWE?
That's what the women wrestling in Arabia.
Hell yeah.
That would be
Those are kind of hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put their finger in the air holes. Wait,
Really
did I say that out loud? I don't know.
Yeah, I was surprised John Cena did this show. You think it could possibly hurt his movie career, but
he was all weepy eyed while he was leaving. Though he was like all kind of looking like he like Steven said he might retire. So.
Yeah.
Did he apologize to China?
I was wondering about that.
He needs to. I wonder how they talked him into doing it. Money.
Man, I watched this thing about him on Total Divas, and how it was like the worst decision John Cena ever made because it like really exposed him as being like,
asshole.
A total asshole businessman, like asshole guy.
He had rules for his house where he was like, he had like a whole list of rules, and it was pretty crazy stuff.
It's hilarious. Anyway, yeah.
He's like, do not put the eggs in the egg holder. Keep them in the carton.
Yeah, he's totally not chill in word life. Like he's like the opposite.
Well, maybe
do not go in the basement where I keep all the whales.
Ooh, does he have one of those under like like basement aquariums or something.
So there's
Those are
there's a
cool.
report about him being like the top water user of
like the whole
Florida
state.
at one time.
Yeah, he's like as much water as all of Disney World or something.
Man,
Yeah.
I used to watch that show where they built those like tanks in people's houses. Like
Tank.
hell,
Yeah.
hell yeah. I knew some girl. Oh wow. Anyway, yeah, that's messed up.
Lexar's still crying like a little biatch in the chat room.
He's taking off. No Lexar tonight.
No, not cool, bitch. Biatch. Little weenie bitch. But yeah, he's all right.
So blood money. Blood money. Blood money.
Blood money. Give me the blood money.
So next we get the Miz, that Miz TV segment with that whoever that person was who came down. But basically, it was an excuse for Miz to beat up Grayson Waller, because Grayson Waller interrupts, and then Miz just gives him the skull crushing finale. And then whoever this guy was, I think he gave him a people's elbow. I don't know I don't know what this was all about.
Never seen him before. He's not relevant in the United States of America. I don't know. You can't bring a guy out like that and be like, he's funnier than Dave Chappelle. It's like, well, all right, you better. Those are some big shoes to fill. You can't just say he's funnier than Dave Chappelle, and then the guy just comes out and he kicks Grayson Waller.
A Saudi Arabian comedian in Saudi Arabia, what's he allowed to joke about? Like,
yeah, really.
Like unsalted butter.
Ibrahim El Hajjaj, is that this guy's name?
What?
Ibrahim El Hajjaj.
Yeah, that's the guy that's funnier than every comedian that ever existed, according to Michael Cole.
I love this guy.
Yeah, Michael Cole's hilarious. You could trust him.
Let's see. What has he done? He's been in the movie Al-Kahalat, Rosh Hashanah, Massameer County.
Jonathan Jackson here says he jokes about how the women think they have rights.
Oh.
I could just ended it. The women think.
These are just goddamn Oscar classics here. You're reciting that this guy's been in before. I mean, I think I'm going to a film festival to see them all next week. That's how excited I am.
All right. So next up, we get Logan Paul versus Rey Mysterio for the U.S. title, and I thought this was the right move to make. Logan Paul wins the U.S. title, beats Rey Mysterio.
You thought this was the right move?
Yes.
Why?
Because
there's that fucker. Look at him. Does he look funny?
His outfit looks funny.
Yeah. Yeah, and he like pulled it up and like made it like where his legs would like, so he could like kick. Like I don't know. I'm not sure what you call that. Like
Nice.
it had like he tied it off or something. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. That guy's gonna main event WrestleMania next year.
He's fun. He's funnier than Dave Chappelle, apparently. So.
Yeah. Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman, or Cody Rhodes with Ibrahim.
He's gonna end Reigns' streak.
I mean, you had Logan Paul lost to Roman Reigns, and I guess he's gonna stick around WWE for a while. So give him a second tier title, and spoiler alert.
But he beat a legend, Rey Mysterio. It's like you're gonna have Rey job to a guy who's not even like a real wrestler. Lame.
But
I'm sorry, Steve.
So I'm spoiling the main event, but I'd rather see LA Knight feuding with this Logan Paul instead of going for the world title. So Logan Paul, he gets the brass knuckles. At first, Andrade shows up and tries to stop Logan Paul's lackey from giving him the brass knuckles, but they wind up, I think, on the ring apron somewhere, and Logan Paul just grabs them and knocks Rey out and pins him.
I don't want to interrupt you, but we just got a thing on Facebook to join YouTube's brand content, which helps us supposedly get brands will pay us to be on In Your Head, whatever. But anyway, according to the settings, our 3 highest fan base, does this sound accurate to you? Our basketball, we're very high amongst basketball fans.
Yeah.
Hoops.
Rock music fans. And avid political news readers. That's our 3 biggest demographics.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I thought you were going to say Saudi Arabian citizens.
Yeah, I thought that's what he was going to hit me with at first. I'd be like,
Back
what?
in the day when I used to do the Cooking with Jack videos, we actually did have a lot of Saudi Arabian viewers. Yeah, so these are the top 5. Basketball, rock, avid, political, news readers. Comedy movie fans. We get 3 out of 5. So we get 4 out of 5 with basketball, rock, and avid
Comedy
political
movie.
readers, and 3 out of 5 with comedy movie fans and documentary and nonfiction TV fans. Those ones seem a little more accurate to me.
See, you mentioned Ibrahim Al-Ajuju or whatever the fuck his name is, and all the people flock to the show.
And then our top 4 shopping interests of the last 60 days are number 1, media and entertainment. Now, that makes sense. Number 2, Mother's Day shopping. Everyone who listens in your head is looking for Mother's Day gifts.
All year round.
Mother's Day
November
flowers
6th.
and greeting cards.
Yeah, that's how they go out on dates. Are you a mother? Here.
4 is home and garden services. And number 5, for In Your Head audiences, cars and vehicles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think that's anything.
Supposedly, we have a branded paid promotion on our homicide interview from 8 years ago. I never see money from it. And our feature, there are 2 videos that they featured. Our Ron Killings interview and Rock and Roll Express Ricky Morton.
Wow.
I don't know. That's what YouTube decided. Anyway, here you go. Go back to the review of Blood Money. I'm sorry. I just found that all very odd.
So the main event of the show, Roman Reigns defending the whatever that title is called now. I can't even remember because he hasn't defended it in several months against LA Knight. Yeah.
Hello. Is that like the Mr. T people or something? Who are all about the Mother's Day?
Exactly.
So, no, I think I skipped over a match, didn't I? Yeah, I think I did. Io Sky defending the women's title against Bianca Belair.
Yeah, that's the one I missed.
And so
that was my favorite.
the triumphant return of Kairi Sane in this match. Kairi Sane is back in WWE. She interferes on behalf of Io Sky, and Bailey also interferes on behalf of Io Sky. Bianca is almost counted out of the ring. She barely gets back into the ring just in time to get hit by the over the moonsault, and then Io Sky wins and retains the women's title. But Kairi Sane is back in WWE. Next up is Damian Priest versus Cody Rhodes. And again, it kind of went where I thought, it doesn't matter that Damian Priest has that briefcase. Cody Rhodes just owned him in this match and hit a bunch of crossroads and pinned Damian Priest. And then finally, the main event, Roman Reigns.
I'm kind of conflicted because I didn't want either of those people to win. I would have been all right if the Crown Prince just came out and just got all that blood from them, cut their heads off.
From his dome.
Well, maybe not Damian Priest. I don't want to see him get killed. I mean, I just don't like his whole character. But
yeah, but he seems like a good dude.
Yeah, he seems all right outside of that. Cody Rhodes, on the other hand, go ahead and chop his head off or whatever you want to do. Just kidding. I don't want to see Cody get killed, but I'm not a fan of the man.
What if they did it out of sight?
Like, just took him to the back.
You didn't have to see it. You just knew it happened.
I guess that would be all right. No. Just kidding.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go refill. I need some drinkage. I'm all out of tea and coffee.
Alrighty.
But I shall be right back.
All right.
So do not fret, young fellows.
So we had an entertaining main event here. LA Knight had a lot of offense in on Roman. Roman had his usual interference. Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa showed up. They hit their finishers. Roman hit some spears, Superman punches, but LA Knight wouldn't go down. LA Knight, I think he did get the blunt force trauma in, but Roman kicked out. But in the end, I think it was Jimmy Uso went for a super kick, but LA Knight blocked it. But the distraction allowed Roman to hit. I think he hit one more spear, and pinned LA Knight. And so the show goes off the air with Roman Reigns retaining the title. I kind of thought that I expected Roman to keep the streak, and didn't think had the chance. Was the guy? It's not the guy, obviously.
I don't think that was right to put Roman. Like, I don't think they should have made that match. I mean, because LA Knight's on the rise, and it's like, why would they want him to lose already?
But I don't know. But Crown Jewel, but the whole event just seems to be like it exists in its own universe. Like, as soon as they go back to Survivor Series, it's as if Crown Jewel never existed. So, like, I don't know. But like I said, I think now that Logan Paul is the U.S. title, I'd really like to rather see LA Knight challenge for that title next, instead of trying to keep going for the world title. But that's just my preference.
It might happen.
Yeah,
that'd be interesting. That'd be a good clash of styles. They'd be like more street fighty and like. Yeah, scrappy.
You could even build it as a Mania match if you want to give it a few months rather than blowing it off in before the end of the year. So that's my blood. Unfortunately, I saw some clips of Raw, like Seth Rollins and Sami Zayn kicking off the show. Because like Sammy wants a shot at the world title or whatever title that Seth has, the world heavyweight title. But he says, "Oh no, I wanna face you when you're healthy, I guess, or something like that." Basically, it was a babyface promo that they had. They had some matches. Again, these were just highlights, so I really didn't see Raw, unfortunately. So I can't give you a full-fledged Raw report.
Yeah.
But,
Oh well.
But I will say this: I did see Dynamite, and I have to admit that babyface MJF really sucks. I just haven't. I'm not into this babyface MJF. I think either he should be like a Steve Austin babyface where he doesn't change, or he should just go back to being a heel.
Well, I haven't enjoyed like the whole Max Caster bit of it. I think they need to get away from that. I mean, I think they're kind of scrambling what to do because, Adam Cole got hurt and that kind of threw him for a loop. But I don't know. I think it'll be better when they get him back into like the normal feuds with Adam Cole and everything. I think the Jay White thing, they just kind of did that because of all of this. But I really don't like him without the belt. I think they need to get the belt back on him. And I hate that whole person stealing the belt thing and just keeping it away from him. It's so overused. So I like MJF as a face. I think he does pretty well.
Isn't Christian stealing a belt currently, or didn't he just do that?
Yeah, he just did that with Luchasaurus. Like when Luchasaurus won, he was carrying his belt, but then he actually won it. So it is now. But we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. But
yeah, I made a Christian video with a whole bunch of Christian peeps things. So I've been watching a lot of Christian stuff. He's the man.
I seen you made one for Lexar with like a Wendy Williams talking over like a crocodile or something.
I don't know. Like I was looking for alligator things, as you do.
Why is an alligator talking with the Wendy Williams? Like what's
that's a thing. That's a meme. It's a established meme. It like happened in like 2017, I guess, when it and it's like Puka the alligator.
Puka the alligator.
It's like that sexy alligator. That
sexy alligator.
Yeah, that has like
sweet hell.
I don't know, and then it has like Wendy Williams, like someone cut in Wendy Williams doing voice into it, so it's like Lexar's like wet dream kind of. See, that's why I wasn't gonna get into the argument because I've been like making troll things for Lexar.
I would think the tail would get in the way of having sexual encounters with the alligator.
Alligators have a lot of muscles in that tail, so they could probably move it over. Just move it.
Maybe missionary with an alligator. Did you finish this? Did you finish the Blood Money report?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Steven had to knock that one out of the park. He was like, he got the Blood Money report in there.
So was it a good show?
Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah, I would give it a thumbs up. You can't do anything about where it's located, but as far as the in-ring stuff goes, you didn't like it?
All the propaganda. I didn't watch the whole show, but just all those packages just made me sick, and I couldn't watch it.
Well, you can always. Did you watch it live? Because you can always fast forward through the stuff you didn't like.
Hell yeah. Got a band forming.
Yeah. And then we start talking about the Nile River, and then that's when we got onto the subject of crocodiles
Blues thing or something.
and Wendy Williams. Not really. It came up naturally, actually.
All right. So, should we get to these questions?
Police hijacking the show.
What the hell is happening?
She's playing harmonica.
All right.
All right.
Nice.
Myself.
All right. What?
Shit, I thought I was muted. Fuck. Sorry.
That's all right.
On the microphone.
That's all right.
No, it was all good.
I'm just working on my writing while I'm listening to you guys. I could have swore I hit fucking mute on
That's why I watched In Your Head in the first place, because stuff like that happened all the time. That's why I like it.
What's on your shirt, like Tazo?
I thought that was awesome.
Hell yeah. What's on your
Well,
shirt?
I got a
Is it just-
YouTube channel now, so if you want to go check it out, I got like videos on there of me playing different
yeah.
stuff.
That's pretty awesome.
check it out.
Playing the harmonica.
Thank you.
Heck yeah.
Does Bruce have a sex toy in his hand?
I was gonna show you. I was gonna say I put a piece of cheese in this balloon, and a mouse ate it.
Why did you put cheese in a balloon?
I didn't. It's a rubber mouse, and I put a balloon over its head.
Oh man.
But I thought it'd be a good story. You put a cheese in the balloon, so the mouse does this, and then
a mouse trap, they crawl
There.
in the balloon and suffocate and die.
there you go. Life hack of the day. Anyway,
Look at Incher's face. Did you freeze Incher, or you just really?
I'm just
Captivated by the.
I do have
John, start playing the harmonica.
how to use condoms if we get bored though too. So
How to use a condom. That's always good. That is good for all the people out there. They should know how to use.
and I have a condom if we need it eventually.
Whoa.
I came prepared.
That's
Well,
like
the
an
most
extra
of the-
large one.
The most with the cheese.
That's
and the
what they
balloon.
call Incher a humble brag. He's like, I happen to have a condom here. It's like the double XL.
Thick brag, bro.
Yeah.
Tazo, are you a size queen?
Oh, I don't know what the hell that is.
Oh, please.
But speaking of perverted and degenerate things, I
How
did
do you
watch.
know it's perverted and degenerate then if you don't know what it is?
I don't know, but speaking of things like that, because I'm sure that's what it was.
I'm surrounded.
I saw that sky blue Willow Nightingale and
Sky blue,
that missed spot that she really screwed up. With Julia Hart. Yeah, when it happened, I wasn't sure what happened, and then I saw that Julia Hart had blue.
I didn't see anything on her. It was the commentators were just like, "Oh, she's
It was on her
they
chest.
gotta stop
It was
doing
on
the
her
missed
chest,
spot
yeah.
In AEW. It's always really horrendous.
Well, she missed the face, and it was like all on her chest, on Julia Hart's chest. So
I like videos like that.
I did like whenever Julia was selling it though. She called her like wretched. She said, "You wretched woman," or something. Or, I
Julia
forget.
Hart's
It was
great. She
pretty
should
awesome.
be a women's champ. You ever do any misting, Tazo?
No, I've never done any misting. You know, I thought that a lot of the matches weren't very good. I did like the one match that I liked a lot was the Daniel Garcia versus Trent Beretta match. was the one decent match on the 3 shows. I watched all 3 AEW shows this week. That's pretty impressive if you fucking ask me, because I don't really watch fucking wrestling anymore. But I watched all 3 of those shows, and like I told you, I was not really very impressed, but that was a pretty good match. I really do like Daniel Garcia.
I like him too.
Is that his name, or am I fucking that up?
No, it's
You
his
got
name.
it. You got it.
Yeah, I like the dancing that he does. Is pretty spot on. It's pretty funny.
Gets you stiffy.
It doesn't get me stiffy, but if you've lived in Brooklyn, New York, when like you get into a fight with a Puerto Rican on the street, usually they start the fight by dancing like that. So it's very, you know, it's on. Anyway, so that guy
Then
and
they
his
start
match
singing,
with Temperetta was
once you're
pretty
a
good.
jet, you're a jet all the way from your first cigarette to your last dying
That's
day.
right. I actually have a question. So back in the day, out of Canada, I would see this tag team, I think called Jagged 2.0, right? That's those 2 guys, Daddy Magic.
Oh yeah, I'm Daddy Magic should be on get more TV time. I'm a huge fan of Daddy.
It looks like they're breaking up the.
Oh, they can't break this team up. This is a team I think they really missed the boat on.
Cool Hand Ange, he's like kind of flirting with Ruby Soho, and like,
oh yeah,
but
he's
not
trying to
having any of it.
Yeah.
And then the other guy, he came in and he was like, "What the hell's with this?" You know.
That guy's name is Angelo Parker. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So
the one with the comb, and then the other one is
Daddy Magic.
Daddy Magic, yeah.
Right. So I was gonna ask if 1 Inch Bicep was ever in a situation where like his friend was interested in a girl, and then he kind of like left him in the dust, like Angelo Parker left Big Daddy Magic.
Have I ever had a friend who left me for a girl?
I left Incher
he
for
totally
Big Mama.
He totally ignored the bros before hoes code and just went on.
Yes.
Business.
Correct.
Yeah, that probably the time Jack was like all about Big Mama, and he was leaving me and just said, "You go to the arcade or something, Incher. I'm with Big Mama."
And then
now."
Incher's eyes lit up, and he's like, "Ooh, Dig Dug! Whoop-a-doo! You ought to tell me twice." You do know Incher's a big Dig Dug fan.
The biggest Dig Dug fan.
All right, bros before hoes, Incher, but what about arcades? Are they before bros or what?
See, but we can both just go to the arcade.
Well, we both can go to the hoe too, I guess.
I don't know.
Look, this is the incident he was talking about. Me and Big Mama.
Oh,
Look at Jack. You can tell he's like lower with the hand there.
were your pants red too?
I was a much
They had to-
Jack was a much bigger man back then. What?
Those were cool.
Well,
you have to be your pants were
Big Mama. She was
well,
getting some
gents,
of
the
Big
clock
Jack.
strikes 12, and it's time for me to go.
All right, he's
Toronto
gonna go rub one out
Stevie.
to that picture of me and Big Mama. Good night, Steve. Steve, yeah, Incher, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired tonight.
What a bitch.
I know. I'm the biggest bitch there ever was.
I'm not
tired of
say
power.
the biggest. Do you blame me, Taza, though? Big Mama's hitting on you. You gotta go, I can talk to Incher anytime.
Was that the last time you got a piece of ass?
Big Mama?
Yeah.
No.
Uh,
All right. Nikhil Callahan.
oh shit.
25 years ago today, the Hardcore Championship debuted. Any memories you like to share? Fuck that shit.
25 years ago, the Hardcore Championship. I like Crash Holly running around with the Hardcore Championship.
That's true. Honestly, the first year or so had some entertaining stuff. Then it became bullshit.
Does Nikhil was he even born yet?
That's a good question.
What does he remember about the hardcore? People
Yeah, he
need
was
to.
like a little baby. He was in his diapers watching that Ibrahim guy, telling he's like, "Look, Mama, this guy's as funny as Dave Chappelle."
Oh, so Nikhil got that started, eh?
Exactly. He'll ask us in 20 years we're doing the show, and he's like, 20 years ago today, Ibrahim Salmonella was on Crown Jewel. What are your memories?
What did his pants look like?
What's your favorite movie with Abraham Sal McGee? Mine
Are
is
you-
Hasanaka 7.
Are you intrigued?
What is
But you know
Nikhil?
what? I like Nikhil. He's a good man.
That'd be great.
What does he know? He was probably on an airplane on his way out of Saudi Arabia. His parents were probably getting kicked out.
Man, I met Nikhil. Did you know that, Taza?
I did know that. Yes.
Is that why they kicked him out? Because they met Jack?
Yeah, we had a good time. We went to a bar.
Right.
Went to a bar, and I had a seltzer water with a lemon. Nikhil had a Coca-Cola, and Dobbs had a lemonade. 3 badasses. Boom!
Yeah.
Patrick Owl here. He's saying the Bella twins are hot mamas. I respect them as women, though.
What are they going to be called now?
They still retain the rights to their name, apparently.
I thought they didn't. There was a whole thing.
They recently said they did. They still have them. There it is. Me, Dobbs, and Nikhil. That was in Soho. Not Ruby Soho, but Soho in England.
That looks like the scene from Train Spotting when the one crazy dude stabbed the other bar patrons and then took the bag of money and walked out on all the junkies.
It's a good movie.
If you remember that scene, but probably you don't.
A friend of mine,
My brother loved that movie.
A friend of mine, I won't say their name because some of you guys would know him, but told me that he can't watch that movie because it actually is the one movie, in his opinion, that really captures the feel of doing heroin.
Heroin.
And he's a recovering heroin user, and it brings back, it makes him actually want to do it, which is weird because I would think the movie would actually make you not want to do it, but he says it actually captures it.
Yeah.
But it's a good movie.
Yeah, in my hometown, there was a lot of people doing that stuff. But yeah, I watched a interview of Johnny Rotten doing a tour of London on a bus. And it was like an hour long, and he was just like, "Hey, poor people," just like yelling at people.
Oh.
I thought he was going to say he watched a documentary of Ian Rotten.
No.
There's a fucking
former guest
Ian
on
was
the
one
show.
of the poor people.
There's a real honest, hardworking American.
I'm gonna get Ian Rotten back on. I need to catch up with Ian, see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Have you frauded anybody lately?
Bella twins are hot mamas. Hot mamacita! Ha! On this day in 2006, WWE releases Dion Ichio Torres, Psychosis. Torres was arrested for allegedly stealing a car in Baja, California on October 9th. I did not know that. Did you enjoy his WWE run? No, but I was a big fan of Psychosis in WCW.
Mm-hmm. And wasn't there a story out recently how he saved a lady that was getting robbed recently? So
good for
let's give him some comeuppance here.
Yeah.
He's a good dude.
Wasn't he was he in Mexicools in his WWE?
Yeah.
I mean, Good Lord. You think in wrestling, like, they had the real racist stuff, like, way back in the day, you think. But it really is, it was not even that long ago they were doing stuff.
Yeah, they're doing
Yeah.
some pretty bad stuff.
Yeah. I always thought with Psychosis, like, some wrestlers don't need a mask, but he was so ugly that he could have used the mask. It's kind of uglier looking dude.
I thought he was a damn handsome man, Bruce.
Sorry. He was just like,
Loser, put a mask on that.
His mask was cool.
his mask ruled with his hair and stuff.
Yeah, no, look, like,
Yeah, with this mask off, though, I was like, eh. It's like Gene Simmons without the makeup on.
yeah.
Eh.
Enter, did he get your dick hard? Yeah. On this day in Hoovy was pretty handsome man.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't need a mask.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not like they're necessarily covering themselves up because they were like hideous. It was
Well,
really
yeah.
in the wrestling culture.
Yeah, but
I hate how fans get mad if people film Ray with his mask off now, and it's like he took his mask off in WCW.
Yeah, he
What does it
wrestled
matter?
without it, and remember he had the little horns taped
Yeah.
to his head.
It's like
Oh,
everybody,
yeah.
I mean,
I could see if he never did, but yeah,
Yeah.
he was actually on TV like for quite a while without the mask, probably a year.
Yeah, that's where the contacts became big with him because he'd like draw you away with the contacts. He was like, I'm still crazy.
Looked like a little child.
Yeah.
he still kind of looks like a kid.
On this day in 2007, WWE announces the effective immediately all violations of the company's wellness policy will be made public. Chris Masters is the first man publicly outed under the new rules. He's suspended for 2 months on the next day. Was this a good decision?
Whoa.
Not necessarily. I don't know, but
Nah.
I just know what they really shamed him when he came back on TV, and they kept making fun of him for being smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that.
Like
That was really, that's really mixed signals. It's like get clean, but it's more like don't get caught.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why Carlito left, kind of too.
Well, he always said
Like
he
they're
really hated
friends.
Yeah.
Well, they're friends.
On this day in 1997, Bret Hart officially signs with WCW. In an interview a month later, Hart revealed his contract was $2.5 million, up from $1.5 million base annual salary he's getting in WWF for 3 years. A lighter schedule and reasonable creative control. Why did Bret Hart fail in WCW? Well, WCW was kind of was really going downhill at that point. That was kind of the start of it starting to go downhill.
Well, Goldberg happened though after that, but Goldberg wasn't good for Bret.
No, Goldberg was around before Bret came in.
Yeah.
But didn't they he won the title like after
Bret came in
years
during when they really
like 97.
it was this thing where they really
It's like
built up
96,
Sting
97.
it was the big buildup of Sting, and then like he doesn't win the title, and they had the weird fast count. And Bret comes in and try to do off the, and it's really when things started to slide.
But you had the big title reign when Goldberg won the belt, and then
I'm not saying there was nothing good, but it is when things started to go downhill.
Oh, he was just too whiny. He was like,
His
character was whiny.
I think they really used him for shit in WCW. He was
Yeah.
coming off like he was the hottest guy in all of wrestling.
Well, yeah. Yeah. There was a video place in town that had all the VHS of all of the pay-per-views, and I like bought them all and like watched that whole thing when he came in. Like,
He was a weird fit
it's
for
really
WCW
cool.
at that time.
Yeah.
Because WCW at that time, like he's like even though he's a good promo in WWE, I think during the Hart Foundation stuff, like he came in when it was really starting to be more, just promo based and stuff. And He was not used well.
No.
But
How
also,
long
Yeah.
was?
not that long after that, his brother died, and his heart wasn't in
Yeah.
it after that.
Yeah,
How long was his contract for? Like, could he
3
have
years.
3 years? Could he have gone back to WWE? I mean,
Probably,
'cause-
but at that time it's when after his brother died. So then he got hurt and stuff. So.
Mm.
Have you seen the movie The Terrifier? It's not The Terrifier. It's just Terrifier 1 and 2. Yes. I've done interviews with basically everyone in the movies and the director. Check those all out without your head.
I haven't ever seen them, but I've heard.
I
about
think you would like them. They're very 80s slasher-esque, but more graphic. I always could say the first one's like an 80s slasher if they didn't have to worry about being censored.
Yeah.
I prefer the first one. The second one was did huge actually. Very low budget movie and made millions and played for weeks and really helped other independent horror movies get a theatrical release because of it.
Did you like All Hallows Eve?
Yeah, that's the original one. I actually think Terrifier is a lot better.
Yeah, but I was sitting here one night. I finally decided to check out the Art the Clown shit, right? So what I find is All Hallows Eve.
Yeah,
And it gets right to the end where no spoilers, but it's basically hinting that the clown's really gonna jump on your TV. Right at that point, 2 o'clock in the morning, I never get phone calls, fucking phone rings. Jeez, I nearly shit myself.
It is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm a fan though. Terrifier 2's probably the most graphic movie I've ever seen in a theater. Very graphic, crazy movie. The third one, they just re-released the second one in the theaters, and they dropped the new trailer, and the third one is coming out in 2024. Bully Ray on WWE Crown, but yeah, you can go listen. I interviewed the director Damian Leone and the guy played Art the Clown in the second in Terrifier 2. David Howard Thornton. Before there was big buzz because I watched it and really liked it, and then had him on the show, and then the movies really by word of mouth, low budget. People really started talking about it. It was like a cult hit, and then the second one really blew up. Bully Ray and WWE Crown Jewel, and for wrestling fans, like Chris Jericho's in the second. Bully Ray and WWE Crown Jewel. It was a glorified house show.
I think it was propaganda for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but the house show I think is kind of silly. I mean, it had big matches on it. The Creed brothers and Ivy Nile signed their contracts to officially join the Raw roster. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know who either of them are. Well, I'm sure that's cool.
I'm sure they're great.
I forgot. I have to send. I forgot. Bad on me. But Dave Deadman did send me his contact information to send you ready. I'll do that after the show.
Okay.
No spoilers, and proceeds to drop all the spoilers.
Oh yeah. You said the 5-year-old movie, dude.
WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts recently returned to television for AEW in line with The Righteous. I think it's a good fit, like character-wise, but The Righteous are good promos. So I don't think they necessarily need. And Jake's, like, I'm a huge Jake the Snake fan, but boy, his voice is really rough now. He's having a hard time talking, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
One of the best talkers of all time. But character-wise, I think that they actually fit. WWE's on the verge of announcing a new television home for WWE NXT. CW Network and WWE have been in deep discussion for weeks about NXT. The deal is expected to be around 5 years long, and once signed, it would easily be the biggest increase for WWE NXT media rights fees ever. Thoughts? I mean, I don't really care that. I mean, I don't care if somebody makes WWE makes money. It doesn't really interest me. But I don't know. There was a time when I really liked NXT when it was like really presented as the third brand, like the cool alternative brand, and they've gone back and forth with that. Is it the cool alternative brand or is it developmental?
Mhm.
I think it can really be a mix of both. It doesn't really work.
Vince really killed it for me. Like when they did the NXT 2.0, I was just like, forget this.
Our one of our producers here, El Santos World, he wants to know what's your favorite in your head moment that was not an interview. That's a good question. For me, probably the first Fan Fest meeting Incher for the first time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was good when I let people meet me. Yeah, that was fun. That was a good moment.
And I banged that ass.
Nah, that never happened. My favorite moment was probably when I pushed Jack in the pool. I just shoved him in the pool, and he was like, "Why'd you do that? You're so mean." And that made me laugh even harder.
What'd you do that for? But on the show wise, what would be your favorite moment, not an interview?
Probably I've had some I really like Swax telling his brother, "Fuck you, I'm watching it," and then or just stuff like that.
Favorite moment involves Swax.
Or there's been some really funny moments. I'm having trouble thinking of anything. I'm kind of tired, but like stuff like that, like or Jimmy Jam. Whenever he said the Steam Daddy or Stream Daddy or whatever, or
oh yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, or there's been other moments I know that are really funny.
Man, I like the Barty Oil stories and like the fan fiction stuff where like pizza boxes were involved in.
Favorite times too.
And like the where like the music, WWF music is involved, or like wrestling music are my favorite things.
I miss Owl.
Owl, that's a moment in time. We're all here for Bruce. What's your favorite moment Incher called out the blue guy?
Yeah.
Dave Deadman, anytime Jack would get shit-faced on Dr. McGillicuddy's and start telling people they were banned. #banned! Man,
You were sponsored by Dr. McGillicuddy's for like ever, weren't you? Like...
Yeah, I used to get free stuff from them. A whole bunch of stuff. Incher, what do you think? Should I start getting drunk on the show and start reading fan fiction?
Nah.
What? It's your favorite time.
I think, Jack, your entire stomach would just explode.
No, you could butt chug. I've made a workaround for you. No, see, it all makes sense. That's how we can get drunk. And it'll
just like
bypass the system.
Let's see here. Where
Your microphone's really low now.
Yeah.
Oh, I turned off the audio cancellation. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I could hear it. Like, go down.
Give me a second, and I'll
All right.
your ass.
Hi, Jack.
Hello, how's that?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, a lot better.
I had to fiddle with it during the interview because, unfortunately, Mike's audio is very bad, so it was messing things up. But, WWE's on that. We did that one. Evan Ellingson dies at 35. Former child actor who played Jack Bauer's nephew in 24.
Who?
I'm sorry. I mean, that's unfortunate, but
I'm sorry to hear that. But
I'm sorry.
I
Jack Bauer's nephew on 24.
I've never watched 24.
I watched the whole series, but I don't remember.
I like that,
Oh.
like, whatever Rice Cup. Like, do you know her? Like, the girl with, like, the overbite blonde hair.
What?
In 24, she's like
I don't know any of this stuff. I know
like
Kiefer Sutherland's in it.
Mary Ann Rice Cup or something. I don't know, but
And Rice Cup.
she was like, I don't know, in that show. But I like her as an actress. She was in Mr. Show.
I'm a huge Mr.
I love Mr.
Too.
Show.
She was like the blonde girl in Mr. Show, but she was in 24 also, I guess.
I honestly don't remember.
But she's hot. That was what I'm saying. She's hot.
Was she in the Ronnie Dobbs skit? The first one?
I don't know. There's like a spitting Jesus thing where there's this, or spitting Madonna where there's statues spitting.
Yeah.
And they're like collecting it, and they're like, "Oh, it's so holy." And I don't know. That's what I. Anyway.
Geraldine apologizes. She is at work and cannot not log in.
She works
She works
hard.
It's hard for money. So hard for it, honey. She works hard for her money, so Patrick Howell better treat her right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Happy birthday to Kurt AEW and former WCW and WWE announcer Tony Schiavone, who turned 66 today. Any favorite memories? Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Tony Schiavone. I've always been a fan of his. Really happy that AEW led to his comeback as a commentator.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
Glad he got a chance to do it again.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tony. Happy birthday to you.
Bam.
Boom. That'll have to do for no birthday bear here. On this day in 2003, Mike Lockwood, best known as Crash Holly, passed away in his friend Stevie Richards' home. He was only 32. Wow, any memories? Yeah, the 20 he really made the hardcore championship belt fun.
For sure.
I think if he would have been around in modern day, like because it really the only thing holding him back then was he was short, for a wrestler during that era, and I don't think that would have been an issue today. So I think he would have done well for himself today. Did you enjoy the following? Any memories of the following people in WWE in September of '97? Ernest the Cat Miller.
Oh yeah, I like Ernest.
Huge fan of Ernest. Very entertaining. The Barbarian. I liked him with Ming.
Mm-hmm.
Singles never really did much for me.
I saw a thumbnail with him, and it was like about steroids, and like the caption was, "I think you're full, pal."
I think that's a Warlord.
That was a Warlord.
Oh, Warlord. Okay, I get them mixed up.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
There's a story that he was asking for people to inject his ass with steroids, and Shawn Michaels said, "I think you're full, pal."
Oh, okay.
He tried to do it. He couldn't get the needle in it. He said, "I think you're full."
Well, that's what I think about the Barbarian too.
He wasn't nearly as roided up as the Warlord.
Yeah.
High Voltage, Kenny Chaos and Robbie Rage. I see. I kind of miss those days of where you kind of have like the recurring jobber guys like them. And,
yeah,
they were pretty good though. Talented dudes. Never really got a shot really. Super Callow. He was very good too. Super Callow.
Yeah, he was
Guy that
pretty
never
cool.
Really did much, but. Steve McMichael. I don't really want to say anything bad, but I can't say I was a big fan. But seems like a good guy.
Did he just die or something?
No, but
He's in really poor health right now.
Okay.
It's a matter
Sorry.
of when, not if, at this point.
Mm.
Vianos 4 and 5.
Who?
The
Those were
Vianos.
they didn't they get hurt in one of them in a match with Raven or something?
I don't know. I remember the Vianos, but they never like.
Well,
I
I
can't say
liked
they
them.
were huge. I can't say I was a huge fan of the Vianos. Damien 666. Not one of my favorite lucha guys during that period either. Cyclope. Another one I would say about on the level of Damien 666.
I watched WCW vividly, and I don't remember any of these guys.
I remember all of them, but I mean these were like low level lucha guys that were kind of just used as job guys, pretty much.
I remember there was this
Main event people.
main event people.
Yeah, WCW main event. So the worldwide tapings they'd be on. They'd be on Nitro too, but they'd really just be job dudes.
But there'd be this group where they'd be all masked, and there'd be like 5 of them. So they'd be just keep switching them out. Like,
These guys were all like real like wrestlers from Japan.
yeah, I remember that I think in WCW where they had a team that had 3 people or something, and they'd switch them out all the time. They had like goldish tan. I don't know.
Silver King. Silver King actually was very good.
He's the king of silver.
He was a really good wrestler. He's the guy they didn't really do anything with, but a really talented guy. Glacier.
He was always
Not
interesting, I
particularly
guess.
Good. I mean, it's kind of a joke, like all that build up, and he really didn't do anything. Scott D'Amore takes pride in TNA wrestling. He'll be a force to reckon with in 2024. I mean, I hope it does well, but I think it takes more than just changing the name of the show.
Yeah, we'll see.
They really need to be on something that people can really watch. Is one of the main things.
Get on a channel somewhere, yeah.
On this day in wrestling history, Ric Flair and Roddy Piper defeated the Spirit Squad to become the World Tag Champion 17 years ago today at WWE Cyber Sunday. Any memories? I actually thought that was pretty fun. I would have liked to see him have a little longer run, the 2 old guys, one last run.
Yeah, I remember when that happened.
I will be buying AEW tickets at the end of November. Good man.
We'll never say never. We might get one last one with Ric Flair here at AEW.
Woo!
I see Tony totally putting him over MJF and stealing the title, giving it to Flair.
I could see him being in a tag team of some sort.
I don't know. That was pretty rough, that last match.
I agree, but I could see it happening.
I mean, maybe he wants to prove that he has more than that, but I don't know.
I mean, who could honestly on that roster would want to wrestle Ric Flair? Like,
probably a lot of people would want to just to say he did it, but if they really thought of it, they probably would be like, no, it's probably not a good idea.
Who could you even have that could carry? Like, you're not going to put him against like Nick Jackson or Darby Allin.
Honestly, probably MJF because he can work like a safe style. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But and just do like real basic stuff. But it would be really rough, really tough. I'd rather just see him cut promos.
Yeah.
With or against.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Go out with a little class.
Yeah.
Keep his dignity.
Yeah,
keep his clothes on.
Fun. Yeah, it's
Sell
fun.
some energy drinks.
He can rip his jacket off and drop an elbow on it.
Yeah, he doesn't have to like
put him in a
wrestle.
wheelchair gimmick. Bring back the greatness from TNA.
I'd worry if like he got in a last match, he'd have like a cyanide pill stuck on him. So like instead of blading, he'd take it in the ring and die.
Yeah,
be like go out on top. Like I didn't want to say it, but that's what I was thinking the whole time. I was like, damn.
Rubbing one out to thinking of Ric Flair dying in the ring.
Well, that's probably what Ric Flair's doing. He's like, oh.
Yeah.
Melissa.
Gene Snitsky made a cameo on Raw. Hell yeah. Sweet.
Yeah. You excited to start watching Rock?
Hell yeah. I love Gene Snitsky. Ricky
I didn't
Starr.
do it,
Yeah,
or it wasn't my fault.
it wasn't my fault. Yeah. I had him on Without Your Head because he made a horror movie. Ricky Stark still eyeing a world title in AEW. Yeah, that's cool. Mark Henry on MJF versus Kenny Omega on AEW Collision. There's no way that should have been for free. Yeah, it is a big match. I mean, that's legit. A main event pay-per-view match. It was bizarre to me. On this day 3 years ago, Kenny Omega defeated Hangman Page in the AEW World Championship Eliminator Tournament Final. And Darby Allin defeated Cody Rhodes to win the TNT title at Full Gear. Any memories? Yeah, it was I might have been.
I
I
was
don't know
there.
if I was there live. I might have been there.
I think that one was in Minneapolis. I don't
Oh,
remember.
okay, so I wasn't there then.
Yeah, I was there.
But yeah,
I remember
all
from that
those
weekend.
pay-per-views then were great.
I remember from that weekend's walking out to my car, and all of a sudden, come to the door next to me is Mark Henry.
Whoa!
And I see him walk just. He says, "Hey, how you doing?" I go, "Great."
I thought
Have a
you
good
said,
night.
it's
And he
time
walked.
for the main event.
He
How
walked
big-
right into it. Walked right into a strip club.
Hell yeah!
Him and Lexar. Which reign has been better, Seth Rollins' world title or MJF's AEW title? MJF. When you had two world titles, you combined them for the undisputed title, then you made another title. I mean, that's just it's just stupidity. Why is Ring of Honor stuff still in AEW? I don't know. I'm with you, Nikhil. I'm not really sure. I think it was a mistake. Now that we've seen a year later, I think it was a mistake to buy Ring of Honor. WWE, Lexar wants to know, WWE is negotiating with government officials from around the world to hold premium live events and Raw and SmackDown tapings. Are you intrigued? Yeah, if they're not in countries that are like, committing human atrocities, sure.
Yeah, I think they're doing one in Australia coming up or something like that.
That's cool, and I think they're
Hell
going to
yeah.
do one in Paris. I think that's cool.
Huh.
Some of the stuff we went over a few times. Ric Flair said that he got official clearance from his doctor to wrestle and take bumps. He also said his energy drink has gotten endorsement from AEW. Yeah, I saw that part. I don't know about the.
There's like mushrooms and yeah.
I would really question any doctor that would give Ric Flair clearance to wrestle with a pacemaker in the 60s.
Isn't he in his 70s?
Yeah, 70s maybe. I can't imagine any doctor would. Maybe Dr. D. David Schultz said it or something.
Yeah. Well, maybe the
WWE
doctor
to
that.
North Korea. Yeah, Collision in Korea too. The only problem is I don't think they really have a lot of money.
I heard that they make all their money selling opium.
I mean, their
and other
people are starving.
drugs. Yeah.
I don't know. Would you try Ric Flair Woo Energy drink? Yeah, of course.
That means they want you to try it on air.
Send me some.
There you go.
Up or shut up. Send me some. I'll drink it here on air.
Hell yeah.
Thoughts on AEW World's End pay-per-view name and should I go? Yeah, why not? Side note, there's also a GCW Nick Gage Invitational Deathmatch Tournament. Okay, cool. Lexar wants to know, WWE and AEW is interested in signing Will Ospreay. Are you intrigued? I mean, don't matter to me, but yeah. Why? I mean, I ain't getting money out of it, so why would I be intrigued? But I'm sure he's going to get a huge deal at wherever he signs. Billy Corg, and by the way, people, I always see they're like, oh, WWE won't want this guy. They don't want indie darlings, blah, blah, blah. Have you watched WWE for the last 10 years? CM Punk, Daniel Bryan, AJ Styles, Seth Rollins, John Moxley, Finn Balor. All these guys are like been world champion. And what were they? They're all indie darlings. Where do you think people come from today? Where else? They can't just sign only sign people who were born into wrestling. They need more wrestlers than Roman Reigns and Rick Steiner's son.
Yeah. They've been signing a lot of draws lately, like Logan or Jake Paul or whatever,
Like one
and
guy. You can't have a roster of 3 people.
Bad Bunny and stuff. Like,
Yeah, but what does Bad Bunny wrestle once a year?
yeah. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just
saying, yeah, you could have those guys, but your actual core guys have been independent, former independent guys. Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, even guys that aren't necessarily top guys, Ricochet. Like that's where they get people. This is outdated thinking because that's where people come from. And even call Will Ospreay an indie dog is a little strange because he wrestles in a big promotion in Japan, not independent promotion. Hello, Inchman.
Hi. Hi.
Did you drop a load?
I had to go pee. I had to tinkle. You got a trouble? You got a problem with that?
Did you wash your hands?
Of course I did. I washed my hands and my feet.
Did you piss on your feet?
And I washed my ass.
You pissed up your own ass?
And I washed.
I
took a whole shower. Took a whole shower.
What'd you do? Just piss all over yourself like a sprinkler?
No.
Shower?
Like a fire.
Like,
I'm getting delirious. How many more questions we got here?
57. Not too many. Lexar wants to know, Billy Corgan's NWA could have their TV deal in jeopardy because of... Yeah, we went over this. Jonathan Jackson wants to know, how deep?
How what?
How deep?
How deep? I don't know.
Not very, then.
Not very.
Getting personal. Lexar wants to know, if Bruce's ghost were a wrestler, what would his ring name be and what music would he come out to?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I think it'd be cool to, like, I don't know. I'd want to be like a Chris Jericho type guy, probably.
Come out to Mbop by Hanson.
That'd be sweet. I don't know. I'd just flex a lot.
Hell yeah.
And just like, yeah, call people idiots. Like I'm from Calgary. No, where is it? Alberta. Where's he from?
Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm from Calgary, you idiot.
Oh, he's from Winnipeg. I'm sorry.
Oh no, he's like, I'm from Winnipeg, you yeah.
Really from New York.
Technically, yeah. I just like yelling at people.
Just pretend you're Jericho's like nephew or something. You could be like the Lance Von
That
Erich
would be
of the
good.
Jericho family.
Hell yeah.
Lance Jericho, that would work. Actually, how about Lance Von Jericho? I actually think that's a cool name.
Lance.
Lance Von Jericho.
I don't know. I think Bruce is a good name for everything.
Sounds like an 80s rocker name, doesn't it?
People could be like Bruce, like Springsteen. Like, you know.
I say Lance Von Jericho. That's what I'm naming
Lance.
you. Lance Von Jericho.
I don't know. Okay, cool.
Lance Von Jericho. I'm telling you.
I'll start like signing my autographs.
Skyrocket to stardom.
You can't pick your nicknames; they just like are given to you.
Exactly. Yeah, I gave Intra Power Goat, and actually, James Caan gave me Internet Icon.
I will work on.
I did make up Pride of the Pilgrims. And Most Honest Man of Podcasting was given to me by Dave Meltzer. I was voted that in the Observer Awards.
I don't believe that.
Lexar, would you watch classic episodes of Captain Kangaroo?
What?
No.
Got no interest in that.
Were
Only
you
if
the
I
most
could
popular?
smoke cigarettes and play solitaire till dawn.
Yeah, I mean, I literally do anything else besides that.
I like the song, Luke.
Lexar wants to know, were you the most popular kid in school?
No.
Oh, yeah.
By far not the most popular kid in school.
I was in chess club. I watched wrestling during the big boom period when it was like Doink the Clown and Spin the Wheel, Make the Deal. Because I graduated in '94, before like things really, back when it was really cool. I watched, movies like Basket Case, played a lot of
I love that
Dungeons and
movie.
Dragons. So the answer is yes, the coolest.
You sound cool. What you'd say would have I would have slipped through the cracks in high school. That's like
The crack of Inch's ass.
I was forgotten mainly.
Step on a crack, break your mother's back.
Yeah, don't step on cracks either. Don't smoke cracks.
Lexar, Troy Jones said that Jack gets angry over the silliest things.
What?
Yeah, but he's just a putz.
I think Jack gets angry over the most serious of things.
Thank you. What I said was it bothers me if I'm watching a movie and they're chopping carrots and they're clearly not peeled. It takes me out of it because if you're a kind of cook, you're gonna peel the carrots before you chop them. What are you, some kind of fucking savage?
Chopping carrots with Lexar uses to destroy stroking the gherkin.
Yeah, but it's freaking peel my carrot. Peel my carrot and toss my potato. Let's see. I did a lot of acid in the park in high school, but I wasn't really at school. You ever drop the acid intro?
No. Wasn't that Spike Dudley's finisher, the acid drop?
Yeah.
Nice.
See, and his original character was Little Spike Dudley, LSD. I don't know if you got the reference because he's supposed to be in it.
Not Dudley said they would have done the same thing with him, he thinks.
Yeah, I was a
but
big
he
fan
wasn't there long enough.
Which celebrities were you nervous to meet for the first time? Not really many, honestly.
I was nervous to meet.
My dong.
Just about all of them, I guess. I don't know.
You were nervous to meet me. You thought I was gonna rape you or something. But I guess that's more like scared.
Scared, yeah.
But my fears was alleviated when you raped me. It's like, oh, well, this is what he was up to.
This ain't too bad after all. That's not true. I never have raped Incher. He's always very willing.
Mm-hmm.
It was consensual. Yeah.
I apologize for the rape joke.
I just would make love to him forcibly against his will.
It all works out when you say it like that.
Lexar, what favorite fan conventions? Well, I mean, I enjoyed Fan Fest because we would all get together.
Mm-hmm.
But, I can't pick them my favorite anymore because the guy who runs it's a scumbag. But I had my most fun at those, I would say, for wrestling conventions. Oh, and I really do like New England Fan Fest. I'm glad that's coming back. I would like to get some In Your Head people to one at some point.
Starcast is fun, but it's a fucking money grab.
Oh yeah, Starcast. Yeah, it's really it's very big, and yeah, you got to pay for everything. I didn't pay because I had my money mark, paying my way. But
Yeah.
Oh, I need one of those.
You gotta pay fucking $200 just to get a bracelet to see a show, and it's like something that I can go sit in my hotel room and pay, $25 and see,
Yeah, I had fun there. It is like a lot of stuff going on and stuff. But yeah, all that stuff really runs into a lot. What? Would you pick things up from the floor? So what? Once it hits the floor, you never pick it up. Like you just leave all the
Just
trash.
leave it in the corner like a dirt pile.
Have you ever picked stuff up with your feet, like your toes?
Yeah, I have prehensile toes, like 8. But no, I do that actually all the time. Actually,
Yeah,
a lot more when I was younger, probably.
I put a CD in a CD case with my toes to show my girlfriend that I was good at it once.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Didn't you ever
Without
play pinball
scratching it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Andrew plays pinball with his toes.
No, I never done that.
Just like.
How many jobs did you have in recent years, and what's your favorite, and which ones are the worst?
I have
Favorite
had.
are the blow jobs.
I have had 3 jobs my entire life.
The hand job.
I love them all. Love them all so much.
Pepe Potit.
I don't know if I was ever told I didn't have to work again, that would be like the happiest day of my life.
Hell yeah!
Thank God. That would be the best.
Do you think LA Knight would have won the title off Roan if no one came out to help? I mean, it's not real.
I'd say they wanted him to lose all along, so no.
Do you remember when Ric Flair's son used to wrestle in WCW? I do.
No. Never.
Yeah, David.
That didn't happen.
Although,
He didn't have a baby. That was a fake baby.
I like Crowbar,
yeah, that's not his son though.
but he
It's
was
not
with
David
him.
Flair.
I like Bret Hart. I liked that one guy, the Undertaker. I liked
Yeah, I heard that guy.
I liked Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Lexar, as an adult, are you a Buffalo Wild Wings or a Dave and Buster's fan? I've never been to a Dave and Buster's.
I will say Dave and Buster's has good food, but I never had their wings.
That's like the polar opposite. One's an arcade, the other one's just like a sports bar.
That's what I'm saying. Why?
That's a really weird comment. Yeah.
That?
Well, I guess Dave and Buster's, they do have a sports bar section in the front, and then you can go back into the arcade. So I see where he's getting
Dave and
at.
Buster's. The idea. I mean, I go to barcades. I find them fun, but I don't have any near me. I've never been to one.
I think we're getting one soon, but I like Dave and Buster's food. And I think it's pretty good. So, and I like Buffalo Wild Wings too. So it's hard to pick.
Yeah, I like Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, I went to the Dave and Buster's in Denver when I lived there, and it was fun. There was a dinner theater part of it, and it was like Chuck E. Cheese too. It was fun.
I've never been to a Chuck E. Cheese.
No.
I used to go there.
Pizza's god awful.
Yeah, there's a whole thing saying they reuse their pizzas or something. They the ones that they should be thrown away because when they give you a pizza, all the pieces are different sizes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched a guy's video and he said it's all just a shaky knife that they use.
Yeah. So it's all fake.
Jonathan Jackson, when was the last time you've had a Coke and a smile?
I haven't had a
It's
Coke in
been-
forever.
Yeah, it's been
was the
many
last
years
time?
since I drank a regular Coke, but I do like the Coke Zero.
I'm allergic to Coke, so I can't drink it.
Ooh.
So that's probably been about
Cocaine.
Oh, cocaine? I've never had Coke.
Why not?
Mm.
Have you? Why don't you just start? Have you ever thought like, why don't I just start doing this?
I probably would be a lot more funner if I did, but I'm not gonna. I like disappointing people.
Well, you are good at that, but it's also a lot of cashola.
Yeah, finding the cocaine dealer is a hard job in itself.
Who needs that noise?
Like, just have to ask everybody, where can I buy Coke? Then you're the guy who's asking around town for Coke. Not that I know anything about that, but
I think Bruce knows everything about that. Everything.
You guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Matter of fact, I bet he is the guy with the Coke. He's probably sitting on a kilo right there.
I'm not sharing.
Right in the chair. He's got it buried in the chair.
No, I said I'm not sharing.
No, he's not
That's
sharing it.
rude.
Is buried in the chair code word for up my ass? Because if it is,
That's
correct.
The suitcase. That's
Yeah,
the
I remember
suitcase.
Troy would ask, "Hey, Incher, you seen Jack?" He'd go, "He's buried in my chair right now."
He never misses a chance to make a joke like that.
Mhm.
He's like, I can't be the bottom. I've got a doctor's excuse.
That's true. Oh man, so that was.
I need
good.
a
What do you
doctor's excuse too.
think? What if you went to the doctor and said, "Doc, my buddy wants to sodomize me. Can I get a note saying I'm excused?"
That would be the most epic doctor's visit ever. You'd like, excuse me?
Yeah.
You think would be against his code to write it if he didn't think that you were?
Not in West Virginia.
I expect better from you
Same.
already.
Sorry.
Man.
West Virginia. It's a pretty place. I've been there.
Thank you. It's that kind of seductive when I do my thumbs like that.
No.
No.
Why? What are you trying? Who are you trying to?
They're like dancing like a belly dancer. They're like,
Is that the
I don't
kind
know.
of stuff that simulates you?
I'm fucking delirious. Let me off of this show. I want to go to bed.
Well, that was the last question.
Bye.
All right, we'll be back next week with Tech Susan Green, a longtime wrestler. It'll be very cool. We'll talk about some about the documentary we did today, but we're also going to talk about her career. So that'll be fun.
That's awesome.
Maybe some more guests coming up. It was fun having some guests on today. Check out the documentary Out in the Ring. Thanks everybody for coming on. We'll be back next week, like I said. Thanks to all our fine people. And let's play us out with Andre the Giant Tune from Mr. Ron Heck. Intro, you know him.
I know him. Know him well. No.
Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, 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 and a fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not small. No, no, no. Andre was great. He was not bad. A great big heart and a great big man. Andre was big. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It was not small. No, no, no. Andre could drink and he could fight. Drink, drink, and fight, fight, fight. Andre the Giant.
From Grenoble, France.
Wow, this is what it looked like without all my other lighting on and just the overhead light. Is that better or worse?
It's pretty bright.
Yeah, I think it's almost too bright.
I mean, I don't know.
I like the cool lighting where I have to put some blue and...
Yeah, it makes everyone else doesn't think about their lighting, so if you go like really hard on it, it might make everyone else look bad.
Right. I like how I have it normally. I normally have this is off, and I got one spotlight here. Then I've got I change up. Sometimes it's red and green. It's just enough to give me. It looks a little creepy.
No, I do like
a
it.
Dark shadow, like right over my face here.
It's a very spotlighty light. I have like every light in my house on, and like spotlights on me actually.
Basement, so. I guess I can turn this on too. That doesn't really do much.
It doesn't do much.
We'll be back next week. We'll see you, folks. Here's all my awards. All right. Good night, everybody. This is like when you see an MCU movie, you got to stay after the credits. You stay after the credits, you get to see this gold.
I'm really hairy now.
I am too, but boom, down here in the pubes.